Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of the dictionary. Did you listen to yesterday's episode? Are you going to listen to tomorrow's episode? If the answer is no, what? Well, you gotta go. You gotta go to the beginning and listen to all of the stuff so you can go in order. That's the only way to do this. Nah, that's fine. You can jump around. You know, they're all different. All the episodes are different. It is totally dependent on the words that are in the episode. And then if I have a guest, it might be a little bit more interesting. Speaking of, right after I record this and another episode, I'm going to record with a guest. Let's see. I think the episode with the guest is the first one is going to be maybe a couple episodes from today. No, from tomorrow. And then there's going to be another guest like a week and a half later. Yeah, okay. You know what? I think we need to talk about the words. There's a lot going on here. This first word is the second form of degenerate, but this one looks like it would be pronounced degenerate. Degenerate, because this is a verb. I think it is only intransitive. Nope, there's one transitive at the very end, but we're starting with intransitive, which is a little bit out of the ordinary. It's from 1545. 1. To pass from a higher to a lower type or condition, and the synonym is deteriorate. Deteriorate. Degenerating. Pass from a higher or lower type of condition. What type of condition might that be? Young to old. Yeah. Number 2. To sink into a low intellectual or moral state. And I had to do a big page flip there. So the first one was a higher or lower type of condition. This one is a lower intellectual or moral state. You know, there's some judgment there. Low intellectual state. You're degenerating. I think I'm always in a low intellectual state, although I don't think I'm in a low moral state. And what's your definition of moral? Well, we'll get to that in the M's. But, you know, there's your morals, what you think is right and wrong, and then there's what somebody might think is moral, like nudity, somebody might think is immoral or whatever. Number 3, to decline in quality, and the example is the poetry gradually degenerates into jingles. The poetry gradually degenerates into jingles. I want to know what they were talking about here, but, you know, I think we can think of jingles as commercial jingles, where it's very uppity and poppy and maybe rhythmic and rhyming. But poetry, no. Poetry is much more highbrow than jingles. Is that what we're saying? Okay, number 4. To decline from a condition or from the standards of a species, race, or breed. Sorry, my chair. This chair today, I'm in a different place. It's a little squeaky. So this is declining from a condition or from the standards of a species, race, or breed. So whatever we agree that the standards are of a species, race, or breed, degenerating is a decline from whatever that is. Number 5, to evolve or develop into a less autonomous or less functionally active form, as in degenerated into dependent parasites. Degenerated into dependent parasites. So these parasites are dependent. And let's look at, now that we've got that in our head, we can go back to the definition, which says to evolve or develop into a less autonomous or less functionally active form. So something, okay, so I see the parasite before it's a dependent parasite where it's depending on something else to do all of its parasitic things, it's on its own. It's autonomous. It's in its active form, functioning actively on its own. But then if it's degenerated, now it is dependent on another living host. Ooh, what was that word we had? Something host? Can I find it quickly? I don't remember. There was a something host, and I said, I'm a that host. But then I was like, no, I'm not that host. Oh, I can't find it. Okay, that's fine. So now we have one transitive definition for degenerate, which is to cause to degenerate. to cause, to degenerate. I don't think there's any etymology. No, which means I have to do a sound effect. When I'm trying to think of sound effects. Knock, knock. The third form is degenerate, or degenerate, or generate. Degenerate. It's spelled the same way, just pronounced a little bit differently. This is a noun from 1555. One that is degenerate, as one degraded from the normal moral standard. The normal moral standard. This is hard to say. If you're degraded from the normal moral standard, what we all agree to, because I'm sure we all agree on what's normal, and then you degenerate from that, you are a degenerate. B, a sexual pervert is a degenerate. And yes, that we hinted at that one at the end of yesterday's episode, but now we got a little bit more into it. And of course, I don't think I have to say this is very subjective and judgmental. And then C, one showing signs of reversion to an earlier cultural stage. Whatever that earlier cultural stage is. Maybe it's earlier from their own life, just in general, a cultural stage. Knock, knock. That's the worst knock sound effect ever. Next is degeneration. Noun from the 15th century. 1, degenerate condition, just whatever a degenerate condition is degeneration. 2, a lowering of effective power, vitality, or essential quality to an enfeebled and worsened kind or state. So we are lowering the power, the vitality, or the essential quality into a state that is more enfeebled or just worsened. That's degeneration. Number 3, intellectual, moral, or artistic decline. What kind of decline? Intellectual decline, moral decline, or artistic decline is degeneration. What's artistic decline? What sort of is like? Is it the decline of art in a region by a person in the whole world? And who decides how art is declining? Is it the amount of art out there, the quality of art? Yeah, this whole section is so incredibly subjective. It's ridiculous. Number 4A, for degeneration. Progressive deterioration of physical characters from a level representing the norm of earlier generations or forms. These are all different ways to say the same thing, basically. There's an earlier state, and then it's going into a lower state. Degenerate, degeneration, all of those. But this one, it's specifically physical characters representing the norm and earlier generations. 4B, deterioration of a tissue or an organ in which its function is diminished or its structure is impaired. And with this one, we have a lot more sort of scientific data we can tell that this tissue has been degenerated, this organ is not working so properly, and it's less of, it's a very studyable, observable, that's the word. It's very observable. There's a synonym for everything, which is the word deterioration. Knock, knock. Next word is degenerative. Degenerative, you can say that too. Adjective from circa 1846 of, relating to, involving, or causing degeneration, as in a degenerative disease. The first thing I can think of is maybe you got something with your eyes. Your eyes are degenerating. That's the tissue or the organ that's the function is diminishing. Nobody wants a degenerative disease. Let's see. Oh, and I just was reminded the beginning of this definition says of, relating to, and I made a graphic that you can go buy on TeePublic. The link is in the show notes. You can buy this graphic on lots and lots of physical objects like T-shirts or phone cases. And it says of or relating to ... I think is what it says, and it shows it in a whole bunch of different fonts because I couldn't pick one, so I just did them all. Knock knock. Next is deglaciation. 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 Noun from 1895. The melting of ice. Just the melting of ice is deglaciation. Specifically, the retreat of a glacier or ice sheet. Glaciers or ice sheets, they are big things of ice. And as they are melting, they are being deglaciated, which is an adjective. And this is a big fucking problem because of climate change. The proof is there. We have seen pictures of what glaciers used to look like decades ago and what they look like now, and it's just vastly different, and they're not supposed to have melted this much. Yeah. So, and then there's massive pieces breaking off. There's a piece the size of Manhattan that broke off from a glacier out in the water. Not good. Not good. Yeah. Next word. Knock knock. Deglamorize. This is a transitive verb from 1938. To remove the glamour from, as in a book that deglamorizes Hollywood. Yes, Hollywood. Everybody glamorizes Hollywood. They think it's all fancy and great, but really it's the most fake place in the world. So a book that deglamorizes Hollywood talks about all of the non-glamorous things, so people won't glamorize it so much. But I think that we all need the opposite of deglamorize. We need to glamorize ourselves. Do we? I don't know. If you want to. I don't know why I said that. Deglamorization is a noun. Knock knock. Next is deglaze. D-E-G-L-A-Z-E. Deglaze. First form. Transitive verb from circa 1889. To remove the glaze from, as in deglaze pottery. How do you deglaze pottery? Remove the glaze from a thing. Isn't that the point of the glaze is you put it on and then it's there and you can't, what, can you sand it off? Can you soak it in a thing and the glaze comes off? I've only done a little bit of ceramics work, but I didn't know that you could deglaze it. Knock knock. Next is the second form of deglaze. This is also a transitive verb from 1968. To dissolve the small particles of sautéed meat remaining in a pan by adding a liquid and heating. Dissolve the small particles of sautéed meat. Okay, you cook meat. There are tiny little particles that are stuck in the pan, so you put a little liquid in there and you heat it up and the small particles will come off. And so that's deglaze. This is from the French, déglacer. That's maybe how they say it. Maybe. This literally means to melt the ice from. I mean, in this case, we're not melting the ice from, we're melting off the meat. That's from de plus glacer, which means to freeze. And there's more at the word probably glacé, G-L-A-C-E, with an accent on the E. And how this became related to removing the sautéed meat, that seems a little weird because it's all about melting and freezing and melting and freezing. So yeah, but it's a cooking French term, deglaze. Next word, knock knock. Deglutition. Deglutition. Noun from 1650. I don't think I've heard this one. It is the act or process of swallowing. Deglutition. This is from the Latin deglutire, which means to swallow down, from glutire, which means to swallow, and there's more at the word glutton. That makes sense. A glutton is swallowing a lot of food, chewing it, hopefully, and eating a lot of food. One of the 7 deadly sins, according to some people. Well, that's how we got the word glutton, because it means to swallow. So, yeah, deglutition. So, wait a minute. Glutire is to swallow, and then adding the de makes it to swallow down, which seems the same to me. I don't know why we need that extra word in there. So is there a word just glutition? Is there glutition and then deglutition? And are they the same thing? Anyway, I don't remember if I mentioned this months ago on this podcast, but I have some throat problems. So I actually have a little bit of a problem degluting? Would that be the word? My deglutition doesn't work as well as it should. Oh no, maybe I have a degenerative disease. This is very possible. I hope not. Next word, knock knock. Degradable. Adjective from circa 1962. Capable of being chemically degraded, as in degradable detergents. So these detergents, somehow you can chemically degrade them, and I don't even know what that means. Oh, maybe this will help. Compare to biodegradable. So that's probably the opposite. Biodegradable means a thing that's more organic and it can break apart naturally, so it's not going to mess up our junkyards and our trash heaps. And so a degradable detergent. Now wait, is biodegradable the same as degradable? And why did we add the bio on there? That's interesting. We keep on coming across all these words that seem like they should be opposites, but they seem like they're the same. Capable of being chemically degraded. They can be degraded, broken apart, probably. Degradability is a noun. What is the degradability of these detergents? And are they biodegradable? Next word. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Degradation is the next word. Noun from circa 1535. 1. The act or process of degrading. 2a. Decline to a low, destitute, or demoralized state. 2b. Moral or intellectual decadence. And the synonym is degeneration. Now, we would have to go back to the word decadence. I feel like I remember when reading that word, there were definitions that didn't really make sense to me. And so, you can go back. The episodes that aired on, September 1st, September 2nd, there was some decadent things in there. But maybe it's not the way that I think of decadent. Moral or intellectual decadence. But wait, I do want to go back real quick because maybe we can help. Decadent, decay or decline. Yes, that's what it is. So intellectual or moral, decline. I mean, it's right there in the word. Decadence, decay. That's degradation. A synonym is degeneration. I think I said that. Degradative. Degradative is an adjective for degradation. Knock, knock. We have one more word for this episode. Degrade. Degrade or degrade. degrade. Verb from the 14th century. And yeah, I think this is just going to be the verb form of all of these degrade words. I mean, degenerate is still pretty related. Okay, what do we have here? Number 1A. Oh, we're starting with transitive. 1A. To lower in grade, rank, or status. And the synonym is demote. I don't want to be demote. I did actually once demote myself. Maybe I'll save that for when we get to the word demote. Lower grade, rank, or status. 1B. To strip of rank or honors. That's probably more of the military. Both of these, 1A and 1B, are probably in the military. If you did something bad, maybe they're going to take away your rank or your honors. 1C. To lower to an inferior or less effective level. inferior or less effective level, as in degrade the image quality. We don't want our image quality to be degraded unless it's on purpose for an artistic style. Less effective level. Yeah, we want more image quality. We want higher resolution. We want 32K, 64K TVs and a zillion megabytes for our photos. Megabytes, megapixels. 1D. To scale down in desirability or saleability. Scale down the saleability, degrading it. I'm trying to think of a context for that. The desirability or the saleability, scaling it down. 2A. To bring to low esteem or into disrepute, as in his actions have degraded his profession. Now, is it his literal profession, his job, his occupation, or all of the people who do his profession? Is that all degraded based on his actions? That would be some really serious actions on his part. It's probably just his job. So bring to low esteem or into disrepute. Don't do anything like that if you don't want to degrade your profession. Maybe he was demoted. 2B is next. To drag down in moral or intellectual character, and the synonym is corrupt. Drag down in moral or intellectual character. I don't want you to be dragging me down. Don't drag down my intellectual character because I have so much of it, clearly. 3. To impair in respect to some physical property, as in material degraded by exposure to sunlight. I have seen this a lot. You walk by a store, things that have been out in the window for months or years, the color is faded. It looks very bad in the sunlight after it's been there for a long time. I worked at a video store, and all the kids' movies, they were on one of the windows, and so I would go there as a kid, and then I worked there as a young adult, and they just looked so bad from the sun degradation. 4. To wear down by erosion. Degrade rocks. That's the first thing that we can think of, because rocks, if you degrade them, you can make a canyon, you make sand, lots of things. 5. To reduce the complexity of, and the example of the thing that is being that has the complexity reduced is a chemical compound, and the synonym is decompose. Yes, that's just another way to say something is being degraded, decomposed into other parts. Here is intransitive, everybody's favorite time. 1. To pass from a higher grade or class to a lower. To pass from a higher grade or class to a lower grade or class. Number 2 is talking about a chemical compound, to become reduced in complexity. Degrader is a noun, and degradingly is an adverb. The etymology, this is from the Latin de plus gradus, which means step or grade, and there's more at the word grade. So, steps, grades, just going backwards in a step or a grade, in quality, in size, in whatever it is, it's degrading. Okay, we have to quickly reread the words. Let's reread the words and let's pick a word of the episode with all the words. Degenerate or degenerate, degenerate, degeneration, degenerative, deglaciation, deglamorize, deglaze, deglaze, deglutition, degradable, degradation, and degrade. I am going to pick, a runner-up, I think, is going to be deglutition or deglutition, just because I have a bit of a personal connection with that, and that one was really interesting. I have never heard that word before, and it makes sense, and I think we all need to use this word when we are eating. You have to masticate your food and then do some deglutition to swallow it. But I think I'm going to pick deglaciation as the word of the episode because, for obvious reasons, sometimes we have words like this that just are very, very serious. With climate change, everything, the whole planet the temperature is rising. We let's see if we can describe this quickly. If you're not very familiar with climate change, ever since the Industrial Revolution, however long ago that was, 150 years ago or so, we said, okay, that was the temperature of the planet back then, and it's raising. I think we're at 1 or 1.5 degrees Celsius above that level overall for the whole planet, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it really is. And we really shouldn't get to 2 degrees raised, because then it's going to be really, 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 really bad, and it's already terribly bad. So as the temperature is rising, the planet and the nature and all the stuff around it is trying to adjust to that new temperature, and we are seeing lots of things, literally the temperature. The glaciers are melting, the glaciers on the poles are melting, but then it results in a whole bunch of other things too, like more rain and flooding and tornadoes and hurricanes and earthquakes and volcanoes and all those fun things. Is it just an excuse to talk about how we need to fix climate change because it's all makes me mad. Okay, I think we have to end this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. Were you surprised to hear this? You shouldn't be surprised. Okay, so we have only a few words in this episode. One word is going to take up the vast majority of this whole thing, but there are lots and lots of definitions. Okay, so the first definition, the first word, where we are starting today is the word degraded. Adjective from 1643. 1. Reduced far below ordinary standards of civilized life and conduct. What are the ordinary standards of civilized life? It's different for everybody, literally. But, compared to what your standard is, your civilized life, anything that's less than that, crappier than that, is degraded. 2. Characterized by degeneration of structure or function. Degradedly is an adverb. Sound effect will be... The next word is degranulation. Degranulation, noun from circa 1941. I'm just taking a guess here. I think of something that is in little granules, salt granules, sugar granules, and if you degranulate it, you're putting the granules back together so they make one really big granule, and maybe you have one large salt block or one big sugar block. Is that what it is? What is this? Degranulation is the process of losing granules. Specifically, the process by which cytoplasmic granules, as of mast cells, release their contents. Release the contents! Maybe these are different kinds of granules than I'm thinking of. They're not salt or sugar. They're part of they're cells, mast cells, other things. When they lose their granules, that is degranulation. The next word, there's no etymology. Degrease, or you could say degrease with a Z sound. This is a transitive verb from circa 1889, and it is just to remove grease from. Lots of things need to be degreased. Sometimes when I touch certain things, I get a lot of grease and oil on my hands, so then you gotta degrease your hands with lots of soap and water. Degreaser or degreaser is a noun. The next word is the big word for this episode. It is the word degree. Degree. Isn't that great? Yay, yay, yee. It is a noun from the 13th century. So, yeah, it's just a whole bunch of noun definitions. Number 1, a step or stage in a process, course, or order of classification, as in advanced by degrees, step by step, piece by piece, stages or steps in a process, course, or order of classification. 2a, a rank or grade of official, ecclesiastical, or social position, as in people of low degree. Or maybe there's people of high degree, and how do you decide whether they have high degree or low degree? I guess you have to look at their grade of official, ecclesiastical, or social position. 2b is archaic. A particular standing, especially as to dignity or worth. 2c, the civil condition or status of a person is their degree. And yes, we've mentioned this lots recently. How do you determine what their condition or status is? We have this it's not a caste system, but we have these classes and high class and low class, and we use these terms all the time. But it's all about money. That your status is all just about how much money you have, and not about how you are as a person. Maybe we need to change the classes to talk about how you are as a person. Are you a good person? Are you nice? Are you helping other people? Who cares about how much money you have? If you have a lot of money and you're helping a lot of people, that's great. That's high class to me. Number 3, a step in a direct line of descent or in the line of ascent to a common ancestor. So this is talking about like cousins, first degree, second degree. So if you go, I think I talked about this in the cousin thing, and it's very complicated. 1 degree, or am I thinking of removed? But it's still, degree is the same thing. If you go up a generation, that's a degree. Down a generation, it's a degree. I think that all works. Through a direct line of descent or ascent, up or down, to a common ancestor. So I guess my parents would be 1 degree closer to our ancestor. 4a is obsolete. The synonyms are step and stair. So I guess you could say, all right, I'm going up degrees. I'm going to go to bed up degrees, up there. Did people literally say that? Steps and stairs? How would they use that in a sentence? The basement is down degrees. Number 4b is archaic. It is a member of a series arranged in steps. A series of what? Arranged in steps, but it's archaic. 5. A measure of damage to tissue caused by injury or disease. Like some examples, here we go. 1st degree burn, 2nd degree burn, or 3rd degree burn. These are different variations on how bad the skin has been burned. It's been burned a little bit, not terrible. You're okay. You probably don't need to go to the hospital. Hopefully, is 1st degree burn. I don't really know what the official designations of these are. I'm just guessing. 2nd degree burn is worse, and a 3rd degree burn is really, really, really bad. And it's burned through a whole lot, very deep into the tissue. And that's all we're going to say about burns, because that sucks. 6a. The extent, measure, or scope of an action, condition, or relation. The extent, measure, or scope of an action, condition, or relation, as in different in degree but not in kind. 6b. Relative intensity, as in a high degree of stress. We all want less degrees of stress. Lots of examples for this one, probably. Relative intensity, that's just a very vague definition for the word degree. 6c, one of the forms or sets of forms used in the comparison of an adjective or adverb. I would love some more context of this. Forms or sets of forms used in the comparison of adjective or adverb. I don't understand this one really. 6D, a legal measure of guilt or negligence, as in found guilty of robbery in the first degree. Is there second degree robbery and third degree robbery? I don't remember. I think there's different murder, first degree murder, second degree murder, third degree murder. Is that right? There's so many different terms for murder. Trying to think if I can think of anything else to say about that, but I don't think I can. Yeah. Number 7, A title conferred on students by a college, university, or professional school on completion of a program of study. I didn't know that these titles were conferred on students. So if you finish your classes at your college, university, or professional school, you get a degree. A degree in what? So many different types of degrees. Bachelor of Arts, PhD in various things. Yeah. 7B. A grade of membership attained in a ritualistic order or society. Similar to the degree in school, but it's for a ritualistic order or society. 7C. An academic title conferred to honor distinguished achievement or service. So, academic title, if you did some good stuff, you might get this academic degree. Maybe it doesn't necessarily mean that you took all the classes you were supposed to take, but you can get an honorary degree. Maybe that's what this is. 7D. The formal ceremonies observed in the conferral of such a distinction. So when you get the degree, I guess that ceremony is called the degree? Is that a fact? Number 8. A unit of measure for angles equal to an angle with its vertex at the center of a circle and its sides cutting off 1/360th of the circumference. Also, a unit of measure for arcs of a circle equal to the amount of arc that subtends a central angle of 1 degree. And there is a picture. So, I don't know how much detail we need to get into this. A circle is made up of 360 degrees. I don't know why they picked 360. I guess because it's divided into lots of numbers very easily and cleanly. I mean, they could have picked 720 degrees, and then each degree would be half the size of what it is now. But for whatever reason, the size 1 degree is 1/360th of a circle, where the center is in the vertex. It's in the middle of the circle, and then there's these 2 lines that go out, and they create a very tiny pie slice. Can you cut a pie into 360 pieces so each one is a degree? That would have to be a very big pie to even do that. What is the smallest size pie that you can even do that where it would be able to be cut that way, let alone even be worth it to eat? Maybe that would be a good question for, what's his name? Randall Monroe, who did XKCD. We should ask him. Oh, and there's a picture. I think I said that it shows 180 degrees is a half a circle, 90 degrees is a quarter of a circle, 45 degrees is an eighth of a circle, and we go down from there. Okay, now we're on number 9, which is archaic. A position or space on the earth or in the heavens as measured by degrees of latitude. So this is the same, it's archaic, but yes, the earth is also measured in degrees. Still 360, but because it's a sphere, there's degrees that go horizontal and degrees that go vertical. So it's much more complicated. 10A. A step, note, or tone of a musical scale. So are you saying that A, B, C, D, E, F, G are they called degrees? I don't know if I've heard of them called degrees. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A. That is not how those notes go backwards. Please ignore that. 10B. A line or space of the musical staff. Again, don't know if I've heard these called degrees. I guess I didn't get far enough into my musical career to learn that. I did it for 10 years. 11. One of the divisions or intervals marked on a scale of a measuring instrument, specifically any of various units for measuring temperature. So the first part is about just a generic instrument that has degrees, but specifically we're talking about temperature. And yes, we measure temperature in degrees. What are the degrees? Is it Fahrenheit? Is it Celsius? It's good to learn both. 12a. The sum of the exponents of the variables in the term of highest degree in a polynomial, polynomial function, or polynomial equation. So we're not going to go too deep into this, but basically, if you see the little superscript number like x to the third power, that 3 would be the degree, I guess, the sum of the exponents, so that you total up all of the exponents. Now wait, oh boy, I'm forgetting everything about my life. The highest degree of a polynomial exponents is, sure. If you want to learn more about this, go search it out. Don't talk to me, clearly. 12b. The sum of the exponents of the variable factors of a monomial. There's just one number, there's just one thing. Polynomial has multiple things. I do think the exponent is the little superscript number. So if you total them up, that is the degree. Don't quote me on that. 12c. The greatest power of the derivative of highest order in a differential equation after the equation has been rationalized and cleared of fractions with respect to the derivative. And I don't know what any of that means, clearly. Degreed is an adjective. Han shot degredo. There is a phrase, to a degree. T-O-A degree. Number 1, to a remarkable extent, and the synonym is exceedingly, as in, I felt desolate to a degree. And that is from Charlotte Bronte, or Bronte. She said, I felt desolate to a degree, and that means to a remarkable extent. She felt desolate remarkably, exceedingly. She felt so desolate. Why did she feel desolate? She was probably a writer. It's probably in a book. Character. Maybe it wasn't Charlotte. Maybe it was somebody else. A fictional person. Number 2. Ooh, interesting. In a small way. That's the definition. As in, to a degree, he succeeded. So the first one is a lot. The second one is not a lot. So how the hell are you supposed to know the context? From the context, how do you know which one it is? Maybe you can figure it out from a context, but if I read both of these examples, I wouldn't know if it was to a remarkable extent or in a small way. You could say, I felt desolate to a degree, just a little bit. Or you could say, to a degree, he succeeded. And that could be to a remarkable extent. He succeeded a whole lot. I don't like that there are two opposite definitions for that. Okay, we have to move on to our last two words. Next is degree day. Degree day. There's two words with a hyphen. The second word, day, is like day and night. The daytime when the sun is out. Noun from 1832. A unit that represents 1 degree of difference from a given point, as 65 degrees, in the mean daily outdoor temperature, and that is used especially to measure heat requirements. I don't think I understand this. A unit, a degree day, is a unit that represents 1 degree of difference from a given point in the mean daily. So the mean daily outdoor temperature is the average. So what are we talking about? The average of a week or a month? And so then I guess 1 degree different from that would be a degree day, but it's not a day, it's a unit. Maybe we need to find a link in that we'll put in the show notes to give you more information, because that's confusing. Beep. Degree of freedom is next. 3 words. It's from 1867. 1. Any of a limited number of ways in which a body may move or in which a dynamic system may change. And I don't think we're necessarily talking about your body, your human body, although maybe. So the degree of freedom, it's what's the freedom that this thing has? How far can it move? If you move your arm, the degree of freedom is the degrees at which your arm can move. So if you can go from your arm straight in front of you to your arm straight behind you, that would be 180 degrees. I don't think most people can do that. I'm trying to do it right now. At most, I might be able to do, well, actually, I don't know. You can take your arm all the way across that way. So that's probably close to 180 degrees. But yeah. So then, yeah, the degrees, how far along this arc of a circle can that thing move or change? Number 2, one of the capabilities of a statistic for variation of which there are as many as the number of unrestricted and independent variables determining its value. And I just have to read that again for my own brain. One of the capabilities of a statistic for variation of which there are many as the number of unrestricted and independent variables determining its value. And I don't think that helped. I'm sure it's not that complicated. It's the degree of freedom. That was the last word. Now it's time to pick a word of the episode. What style of song would you say that I do all the time? It's the same thing all the time. It's hard to come up with other stuff in the moment. That's just where my brain goes. So today we had degraded. Oh, and I didn't sing a song about deglaciation yesterday. Real quick, though, we got to finish this up. Degraded, degranulation, degrease, degree, day, and degree of freedom. Well, I think I'm just going to pick degree as the word of the episode because I feel like, there are so many things in our life that are measured in degrees or talk about degrees in some way. Circles and temperatures and other things. I like degrees. Thank you, degrees. Don't watch some degrees grass. Oh, that was not working. So instead, we're going to sing a song about deglaciation because we didn't do that yesterday. I don't like it when the glaciers are melting. That is the act of deglaciation. All right, we're going to end this episode. So good. We're going to end it. Okay, this has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. I don't really have anything else.
Start the fucking show.
Let's do it. Hello, word nerds. How are you doing? I hope everybody has looked at the title of this episode because it's been a little while, but we have another guest here on the line today. Aaron, Aron. Where'd that spelling come from?
I'm not a selfish guy. Just wanted one. 1A. 1A,
yeah,
please.
You can't take all the A's.
It's my first word. It used to be 2 A's. I was born. My first word later on in life was 1A, please. And
1A.
I created my own destiny, manifested it myself as a youngling.
You did. You are rather unique with a single A, Aaron. Can you, first of all, thank you for being here. We've already been chatting for a bit, and I have fallen in love. I have a new friend. Can you tell
love is the right
people?
Word. Yeah.
yeah. Can you tell the people who you are, what you do, and we'll just go from there.
Yeah. I am a mammal, C human, C homo sapien, C podcaster. I
wish that were in the classifications of
exactly.
genus and family.
Yeah, exactly. It could be the evolution T-shirt of just
there you go.
Yeah, winds up at a desk at a microphone. I host a podcast called Human Values with my co-host Lindsay Hicks. Together, we host a silly comedy game show. It's taking. I guess the best way to describe it is it's logical debates about illogical questions. We take different hypotheticals each week. Like we sat down with Kel Mitchell and asked him, what's your price to only eat food prepared with orange soda the rest of your life, or
Ooh.
what's your price to rob a Starbucks, or what's your price to have the world's loudest pee stream. And then us and our guest get into a heated debate over what our prices would be and look at polls across our listeners. And it's just lots of wacky arguments about things that are not so serious, but we take them more seriously than we ought to.
And that's the whole point of the show. So a little bit of a backstory. Your producer, Rob, I'm telling the audience, Aaron's producer, Rob, reached out to me. They've heard about my podcast, and they said, we'd like to be on their show.
Heard about it. We love your podcast. We think this is great stuff.
They love this show. They are part of the 40
You know what? We don't even love the show.
We
We love you.
Ooh, even better. Even better. Well, so they said, we want to be on your show. And I'm like, well, who the fuck are you guys, first of all? Well, let me listen to your show. Let me see if you're worthy of being on the show. And I listened to the first minute or two of one of the episodes, the very first episode, and I was immediately hooked. So I went ahead and I listened to a couple more. There was one about weed. I had to listen to that one. And I think I listened to the most recent one at that time a couple of months ago. And the concept is so beautifully ridiculous. It exactly what Aaron said. Very serious conversations about completely ridiculous topics. I mean, I genuinely can't wait to listen to more, and I also can't wait to be on the show. You know, probably in 6-12 months time, you guys might hear me on it too. But just the idea of coming up with really, really high numbers of how much I would actually need to do this in real life just blew me away. So you guys definitely have to go check out Human Values.
Thanks for the plug. But, you know, honestly, I'm here just to read the dictionary with you, and the rest of this stuff is just noise, you know? I just want to sit down, take a breath, and just read the dictionary, you know?
That's really what we all want in life, I think.
I think so.
Real quickly, can you give us a short story of how little Aaron, spelled with 2 A's, how did he get to become a podcaster? What's the middle?
What
there?
Is this a quasi? We're doing a quasi interview, huh?
Yeah. We gotta learn about you.
Oh man. I came to Los Angeles and I worked in advertising, and then I got into the entertainment industry just with film and producing, and I was producing all sorts of crazy shows and series, and then climbed that ladder and became a studio executive. I was the head of development at Lionsgate on their Comic-Con HQ network, because before that I was at like Disney doing like stupid YouTube videos. I don't know. It's just been a crazy wild ride, and I've worked at different networks as a producer, as a production supervisor, as a writer, as a development executive. It just kind of all happened. And as the years went by more and more, I just fell more and more in love with podcasting and the radio side of it, and working with people to make their shows. And yeah, what can I say? This one idea for a show always stuck by me as one I really wanted to make, and I didn't want to give it to anyone else or sell it to anyone else or do it. So, you know, it's living the dream. Took my baby and was like, I'll host it. It's time to do it. And then around that, we created actually a whole podcast network around it. So we've got a whole bunch of shows we're actually launching. It was meant to just be one, and then just more and more people we've worked with wanted to do shows like that in the way we do it. So yeah, you're going to see a whole bunch of shows actually this year from our network.
Can you give us a couple of names of the shows, or not? Or is it under wraps?
Not yet, but
okay,
maybe soon. But by the end of the year, there should be a good handful of some really cool ones. Some from guests we've had on our show, some from people that we've been talking with who they cared much more about launching their own big show, and that's been really neat. It was surprising. I think the pandemic changed things. It made a lot of creators want to go this way and create this way, and so yeah.
It really did. I wonder how many podcasts were started during the pandemic. I think like the amount of podcasts in the world doubled during that time.
So many. Yeah.
And that's the Human Content Podcast Network or something?
Yeah. So my show is called Human Values. And then being as lazy as we are, we just call it Human Content for the network. So I
think that's a perfect name. Yeah.
If you follow us on Instagram, we're Human Content Pods, plural. And you'll see us announcing a bunch more soon. But, you know, again, it's unpredictable. It's a wild ride, but I'm enjoying where the entertainment industry is going in terms of the independence and creative freedom that people have right now. And it's really fun. Having been in like a really structured studio system with all the constraints around it for, well over a decade, like I really enjoy taking that and being like, all right, here's the things that usually can't do that limit creativity. Now we know what not to do with it. It's really fun. I don't know, having a blast. I
Yeah.
didn't even know we would
Also,
be talking about that. Thanks for asking.
you're welcome.
Look at you being inquisitive.
Well, that's why I want to read the dictionary, because I want to learn about all the stuff in the world, and I want to learn about you. And I love having guests on because I get to learn about people. Most of the people I've had on the show, a lot of them are just strangers. So it's been really awesome.
I have a
Aaron,
question for you before we get into the dictionary. So I have
Please.
really fluffy hair, and you have really fluffy hair.
I do.
Mine is Jewish. I would love to know what makes your hair Jewish, or
Half Jewish.
is it Jewish? Wow, that was a great
makes your
Freudian
hair
slip.
Jewish?
What makes your hair look Jewish?
What makes my hair look Jewish is that it is half Jewish. And if I let it go, which I used to in the past, it gets very large and very big curls, and it's a lot of stuff on the up there. Yeah,
I like your hair length.
yeah. This is good. I am gonna need to get it cut pretty soon. But yeah, it's you can see the curls coming in.
You don't need to come towards the camera. I see you just fine. I see your curls. They look really nice. Listen, let me look at the rest of you there. I love the brick wall you've got. I love the exposed brick. That's a Nightmare Before Christmas shirt. I really love it. It's Jack Skellington making the mock-up art for his Santa Claus. I got you.
Do you know what this is also a reference to?
This is also a reference to a famous self-portrait. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was...
The fact that
is
you
it
know
Van
that at
Gogh?
all is great.
Is it a Van Gogh?
Not
reference?
quite.
Who was
It's
it? It's one of
Norman
those guys.
Rockwell.
Sure.
That guy.
I knew it was like one of those like people we've heard of.
Yes, you have heard of him.
But but I digress.
We digress back to hair. I think it's going to be a long time before I go bald, luckily, because I've got my grandpa's hair, who's fully Jewish, and he's got the curls and everything.
Now you digress.
I did. All right, Aaron, would you like to talk about some words today?
Why don't we not digress?
Why don't we digressive? Don't think that's a good, thank you for that, for the segue. Our first word today, ladies and gentlemen and everybody, is degressive, digressive. This is an adjective from 1886, tending to descend or decrease into madness. Digressively is an adverb. The etymology says it's from de plus gressive, like in progressive, which I assume would be the opposite of degressive. Descending or decreasing. What can you think of, like an example of how you might use this?
I can think of an example how not to, which is when I kept saying, but I digress. It has nothing to do with digressive.
Well, the
de is.
Yeah, I do think they're related. You know, digressive. If I digress, I go back to the thing. So that's kind of what this is. It's descending or decreasing. It's going back or lower down into another thing. I don't know. You're right. It's kind of a stretch.
No. I think I was right all along. You're right. This feels
Exactly.
very Inception-y. I really like digressive as a really smart, elevated way of telling somebody, yeah, I went to the swimming pool. I looked at the top of the pool and I thought, maybe I should be digressive today and go under the water.
That would be a perfect. Let's descend into the bottom of the pool.
Feels
Digressive
like
swimming.
Feels like a term someone in the 19th century would use to go swimming. Like, oh, me and my, hi, you want to go get digressive in the local pond?
The local pond. Let's go to the pub first and then go into the pond. Let's digress to childhood, to mentally. Oh boy.
It's like an aperitif. Would you like a nice digressive after the meal, like a submerging?
A submerging into the water. Yeah, my brain is totally tapped out on this word. You got anything else?
I could go the whole episode. Next week you could tune in for the rest, but no.
One whole hour of just aggressive. But we digress. Do you have
we
a
digress.
sound?
Is it digress?
Yes, it's digress, I think. D-I.
Sorry to correct you on your own show, but you read the contract I sent you. You knew what I was going to do.
Yeah, fully aware of what was coming with this guy, Aaron. And you know what? I'm into it. I like it. What sound effect do you like, Aaron?
I like to make a trumpet sound with my mouth.
Can you do that, please? I think that was more of a flugelhorn, but I will accept trumpet. That's fine. The next word is this is a fun word. Degrangalade. Degrangalade. I have to spell this one. Degringolade. And I just noticed the word gringo is in the middle of that. Degrangalade. There's an accent on the first E, which goes boop. This is a noun from 1873. A rapid decline or deterioration, as in strength, position, or condition. And the synonym is downfall.
You could write a really nice book of like our cultural state called The Degringolade of the American Empire.
I think you're right. Sadly to say, that is absolutely correct. This is a good place to plug. Your co-host will be on this show in about a week and a half. And
Lindsay's on. Right. I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh man, she is so much more funny than me. I'm just
that's why we started with you.
That's the right way to go. She is. Oh man, if you were to pour a bowl of Lucky Charms and you took out a charm, you'd be like, "Oh, look, it's Lindsay. It's charming." We should keep going to the show.
So one of the words in her episode is going to be democracy. Ooh. So we could combine your two words. It's the degrangalade of democracy here in America.
You could. Sounds like you will.
But we won't.
Oh, it sounded like you would.
If I had the time, I would do it. It might be like a one paragraph.
See downfall. Feels like where we're going.
Downfall, exactly. This is a French word, and it means to tumble down, which is from Middle French, from de plus gringulaire, which means to tumble. There's also Middle Dutch, krinkelen, which means to make curl. And then also from kring, which is ring or circle. And that doesn't make sense. A circle and then a curl and then tumbling down into madness. And that is a degringolade.
I love that word, crinkalon.
Specifically, strength, position, or condition. Those are the things that are deteriorating. And as I get older, I feel like my strength, my lower back specifically, is in a state of degringolade.
Yeah, you look great. You seem like you're fine. You're sitting up well. You have good posture.
Actually, I really don't right now. I'm leaning to the side.
Take a compliment.
Okay, now I have to sit upright. Let's have good posture, people. Then nobody can see this.
I'll sit up. You know what? Let's be accountability buddies for the rest of the episode.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
If you slump, I'll tell you. You do the same for me.
All right, that sounds good.
The next word. It is degum. Transitive verb from circa 1884. If you take the chewing gum out of your mouth, you are de-gumming. More specifically, this is to free from gum, a gummy substance, or sericin, which is spelled S-E-R-I-C-I-N. Do you know what sericin is? Because I do not.
I don't, but I gotta imagine all of this is tied a lot more to the idea of degumming a tree rather than to go up to somebody and remove their chewing gum, right?
Yeah, but I do really hope that people will do that now. Just go up, grab the gum out of their mouth, and say, "I'm degumming you." Mm-hmm. Degum time.
Mm-hmm. It could also be a dentist if they are putting dentures in a gummy fellow or What's the female version of fellow? Femme?
Something.
Femelo.
Can't think of it. A fellow, and a mellow?
Fellow and a femelo.
Femelo. Yeah, gummy substance. There's so many things that are gummy. Like, like you said, dentures, there's gummy stuff there. Just if you have to put Goo Gone on a thing, that's going to be degumming it.
You know, a lot of people around the world consider gum. Actually, no, I'm thinking more gelatin to be a disgusting thing that's popular in Western culture, that we like having boiled hoof as a dessert. But that's not gum. That's gelatinous things.
It is, but it definitely, in marshmallow form, it definitely is gummy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a Rice Krispie treat is definitely more gummy.
Than just Rice Krispies by themselves.
Oh, no, that's just a dry, it's just dust.
It's just a loud, crunchy snack. When I was a kid, I guess I used to swallow chewing gum, and my parents would have to say gum check to make sure I didn't swallow it. And so, when I was a kid and I would swallow it, I guess I was de-gumming my mouth because it would just go down the chute.
You were degumming your mouth, but you were gumming your intestines.
Exactly, which is definitely what you
But
want to be
then,
doing.
upon your subsequent toilet visit, you would then degum your bowels.
I hope so. I don't know if that stuff could still be stuck in there.
I don't believe that things just stay in there. Like I do
Yeah.
for like, bacterial colonies, but
Or rocks.
well, yeah. Do rocks stay? I know they do for some animals, but do they?
I don't think we can digest rocks anymore or sticks.
That's so funny. I literally a day ago was recording a podcast episode in which we had a whole discussion about eating rocks, and it's so freaky that you just brought that up.
It's not that freaky.
Does that mean I inspire rock talk?
Maybe that's your next show.
I feel disgusted.
Can you please do a trumpet sound? Degustation is our next word. Noun from circa 1656. Degustation. This is the action or an instance of tasting, especially in a series of small portions. This is great. I have to jump back to, if I can find it. What was it? One episode? Oh boy, this is terrible, Spencer. Here. Deglutition was from 2 days ago. You haven't heard this one yet because I just recorded it today.
Oh, I was
but that's
there.
about.
I
may have
heard.
been because I heard you talking about rocks. What deglutition is swallowing. So this one is degustation. And this is such an interesting definition. The action or an instance of tasting, not just tasting, but tasting especially in a series of small portions. So if you go to a place that's just going to give you tiny little portions of things, that is a degustation, because this is a noun. And degust is a transitive verb. Have you ever done a tasting like that?
Not really, but I'm feeling like gastro must tie in here.
I think it probably does. The etymology says it is from the Latin degustare, which means to taste, and that is from de plus gustare, which also means to taste. So putting the de in front of it doesn't change anything whatsoever, but there's more at the word choose. So you get to choose your little tastes, I guess. I want to do a tasting of lots of things, and it will be a degustation.
Would you like to, if we ever get to have the luxury of meeting in person in this large, wonderful land we live in, you want to do a tasting of something together? And if so, what would it be?
Well, for me, it would have to be vegan.
That's fine.
Lindsay is vegan or vegetarian as well?
She is.
And you will just go along with that?
I just go along with it.
Perfect. Yes, and of course, LA is great for vegan. So what would it be? I think we would have to be a whole range of things that just don't go together whatsoever.
Oh, I was going to say, like, if you're vegan, we could do, like, a fun flight of, what's the fermented drink that's bubbly?
Kombucha?
Kombuchas. We could do a flight of kombucha tasting.
Yeah. That'd
I
be
know
fun.
a vegan restaurant that does kombucha flights.
I'm down. Lots of kombucha tastes. And what would you pair the kombucha with? The beets. I have a coworker whose last name is Beach, and she loves beets and kombucha, which you can shorten to booch. So it's beaches, booch, and
booches.
Beets.
I like that.
Yeah.
What would I pair it with? I would want to pair it with like a nicely sautéed French chard with maybe some mushrooms, but like good mushrooms, like a
Magic
good
mushrooms.
No. Well, they're magical in flavor, but I would go like some hen of the woods, like maitake mushrooms that are like fried up alongside a little tossed French chard, Swiss chard.
Swiss chard. That's the green stuff.
Green stuff, good bright colored stem. Yeah.
There was the Parks. Did you see Parks and Rec? There was a Parks and Rec episode where they were trying to sell chard, I think.
I didn't see that one, but I believe you.
You should look it up on YouTube.
I don't know, but I just had this song stuck in my head, and it reminds me of how you could play the bass, and it's like this just great bassy thing. But if you're a vegan, you don't eat bass.
No, but
Bass.
I would love to play the bass.
Bass.
Okay. The next word is Deotanba.
Bah! I thought it was boss.
He tried. Okay, this is 4 words. D-E. Second word, H-A-U-T, which is just pronounced O. Third word, E-N. And then the fourth word is B-A-S, but yes, it is pronounced ba. Deotanba. This is an adjective or an adverb from 1696. It just means of superiority or of or with condescension. So if you're reading condescending, is deotanba. And this is a French phrase, if you couldn't tell, and it literally means from top to bottom.
See, for example, Spencer saying to Aaron, it's pronounced however you say it.
Aaron, let me tell you something. This
Die
word
Hut
is
and Bast?
pronounced Deotanba. Yeah, how would you
said that with
pronounce
such superiority and or of or with condescension.
I love being condescending to people I've just met.
Sit up. You're slouching.
Yeah. Okay, if we wanted to pronounce this in English, American English, we would say "day hot and bass." That's how I would say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can you please do a trumpet sound? That's a fun one. Okay, the next word, dehiss.
I love that word. I love to hiss.
And then we're going to have another one that's very connected. This is spelled D-E-H-I-S-C. And I don't normally spell this many words, but these are so unique to my brain, and I feel like most other people's brains, that I have to spell a lot of them. Okay, this is an intransitive verb from 1657. To split along a natural line. That's the first part. And then also to discharge contents by so splitting. So if you split a thing along a line that already exists, but then the act of doing that and the contents that are inside of it that come out, that is also dehiss. As in an example, seed pods dehissing at maturity. So the pea pod, if they get all plump with the little peas in there, and then it splits, there's a line down the middle of the pod, and then the peas come forth, and it's dehissing.
They dehiss forth.
They dehiss forth to yonder.
That's fascinating that's from 1657. Sorry to cut you off, but just the next word to follow, the variation on that term, is from so much later. I know I'm jumping the gun here. Sorry, I'm dehissing the thought process.
You're splitting the thought process right open.
Spilling those peas, thought peas from the thought pod.
You're spilling the content too early to the people. Okay, I have to quickly say the etymology. This is from Latin dehiscere, which means to split open. I love that there are a single Latin word for something so specific. That is also from de plus hiscere, which means to gape, and it is akin to the Latin word hiare, which means to yawn. So when you open your mouth, you are dehissing your mouth because you're opening the two parts, and then there's more at the word yawn.
So that's clearly the root of the word hiss, like a snake hiss.
Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah.
Either way,
makes sense to me.
You dehiss to say dehiss.
Ooh. That broke my brain a little bit. You have to dehiss to dehiss. The next word is dehiscence. So many S sounds. This is a noun from what year, Aaron?
This is from 1819. So dehiss is 1657. Dehiscence is 1819. It took them so long to come up with that one. What does it mean?
What does it mean? And I want to know how many years. It's basically 160 years. 160 years. Okay, this is an act or instance of dehissing. Why did it take so long to come up with
That's
this
the
word?
thing. It took them over 100 years. Gosh.
Come
And
on,
that, you know,
people.
that what that means then is that just so many generations went by that was like the hip thing young people said, that the old folks would like dehiss, but when those young whippersnappers said dehissance, they were being, that was slang for the time.
You stop saying these words. This hurts our ears.
Dehissance? I've never.
When I was a young lad 150 years ago, we would say dehiss. But what's this
Your
dehissance?
your father said dehiss. His father's father said dehiss, and you stand here in blasphemy, dehissing this dehissance.
While you live under our roof, you shall say dehiss. Go hang out with your flapper friends. There's an example.
This
for
is like
dehissance.
old world American mixed with old world English, and I like the confusion.
I am very confused. There's an example. Pollen freed by dehiscence of the anther. The anther, anther.
That must be like the substrate that pollen resides in, like the vessel.
Yes.
Anther.
Sure.
You know,
Sure.
Mr. Dictionary Boy, you must have come across anther at some point earlier in your series.
You would think so. You would also think that I would remember everything that I read after 328 pages.
I wouldn't think that, but I gotta imagine you have no excuse for any word you don't recognize that came prior.
There's definitely words that I'm like, I think maybe I read that one, but it all just, and I have such a bad memory anyway that it becomes a big mush in this, underneath this hair, and that's all I have.
So if I piss you off enough while being a guest here, you could decorn this show, because my last name's Corny, so you could decorn. That is the removal of somebody whose last name starts with corn, to decorn.
Dehorn is the next word. Sorry, I had to get to it right away. This is a transitive verb from 1888.
69 years later after dehiscence, they said, you know what else we need? Dehorn.
We need to dehorn some things. Those devil children with their horns. Let's get rid of them. Okay, number 1, to deprive of horns. I'm depriving. I don't know. There's something weird about that word deprive. I deprive you of horns. Number 2, to prevent the growth of the horns of. And how would you do that?
Well, I gotta imagine there's 2 places this would be used, right? This would be used, obviously, for removing the horns from animals as musical
Goats.
instruments, or you know. But also, I gotta imagine there's some interesting theological canon inside of it also, right? Like people talking about like demons and devils and having horns, and my people used to be thought of as having horns, so you could like, oh, they don't have horns because they dehorned, but they're really
they got rid of their horns before they came out in public every morning. They dehorn themselves.
Right. Those it's hard to know who's a Jew in our town because they've been dehorned, and this word came in 1888. Very convenient, everyone. Real anti-Semitic word.
This reminds me of oh my god. Every time I want to think of something, I can't think of the thing that I'm trying to think of. The movie, Taika Waititi movie with Hitler.
Jojo Rabbit.
Jojo Rabbit. They showed the pictures of the
of the Jews with the horn. Yeah.
I don't
know. That's the word.
Fantastic.
That's what came to mind to me when we read dehorn. Is I'm like, it all feels Jewish. It's either the shofar and remove it, dehorning. What is it? A ram, or it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
I did recently see some goats that had been dehorned because they will headbutt people with the horns. That would suck.
Maybe we're both way off. Maybe in 1888 there was a clown, a jester, if you will, who had the horn, and somebody removed it from them, and they said, "What did you do to that man?" And he said, "I don't know. I want to litigate, but I don't have a term for this." And
that was in 1887, and then next year they came up with dehorn. Yeah. I didn't even think you get rid of a horn in a car. Or that thing that you're talking about, that you were dehorning.
Oh yeah, and their automobile. If you're it's some petty theft, you're a dehorner, which seems to be the noun form of this here.
It is.
Yeah.
I think it is your turn to make a trumpet sound. It just a wonderful, wonderful trumpet sound.
Wah!
It sounds like a horn, a cartoon horn.
Oh, that was
Dehumanize. You dehumanize that trumpet. This is a transitive verb from 1818. To deprive of human qualities, personality, or spirit. Dehumanization is a noun.
when that horribly oppressive patriarch came in 1819 and said, "I won't hear that word dehiscence said in my household," they were dehumanizing their offspring. They were ridding them of their agency to
Their spirit.
Yeah. I said agency. You didn't have to do that. You just dehumanized me on air.
Sorry, that's just how it works here on the dictionary. There's a lot of dehumanization that happens.
Ooh, way to throw a noun in there.
It's right there. They put it there for me.
Hey man, the low-hanging fruit is still ripe when it's ready.
The next word is dehumidify.
That was so dismissive of a whole bit I was going for. You really
please do it.
No. You really dehumanized. That was the bit. Okay.
That was it. That was the whole thing.
I just like the sound of my voice. I'm going to keep interrupting you. Keep going.
No, that's fine. That's what this show is all about. Words, dehumanizing, and interruptions. That's the motto of the dictionary. And I had a thought and I lost it. That's okay. Dehumidify. Do you need a dehumidifier in LA, or is it too dry? No, that would be the opposite.
I need a humidifier because it's dry here.
There you go.
Oddly enough, I live not far from the water, and it is still very dry here.
It's the Southwest. You chose to live there. Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. I like it here.
Does the lack of seasons get to you?
I'm from California, so I've lived all over California. I've lived all the way up, all the way down, and it's all fine. It's all fine. Look, Southern California is a desert. So San Diego used to be like desert marshlands and brackish waters, I think, just piles of rivers and ocean water sitting in just all mush. Los Angeles is naturally a dry basin. It gets all its water from Northern California. So the more south you go, the drier the air gets. The farther north you get, the colder and more humid it gets. But not unpleasantly humid. Just means, you get more of that Arctic-y, elastic-y.
If you go too far up there, if you go up to like Oregon, Washington, you may need the thing to dehumidify the air, which is a transitive verb from 1927, to remove moisture from as air.
How did they do that?
Air is the most common example.
In
Dehumidification is a noun. Yeah, how did they do that back then? How did they figure that out 195 years ago?
Was it a con job back then, or was it a real thing? Like a snake venom thing of like, oh, me and my traveling goat here, if you take my goat and you feed it a raspberry every morning before the rooster crows, it will naturally absorb the vapors in your residence.
You must dehorn the goat first.
and don't humanize it. It must remain unhumanized.
It must be as goaty as possible.
Let me know when you get to the UN in the dictionary, and I'll come back to see if unhumanize is a word.
Unhumanized,
That'll be a little cliffhanger.
You're all going to have to wait a long time.
Dehumidify 1927. But going further back,
we have, just a little further back, 50 years, it's your trumpet. Man, if the trumpet sounded like that in band, it would have been so much more fun. This is the beginning of a very fun part of the rest of this episode. Dehydrate.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna.
Yes, let's all take a break. This is now the time for Aaron and Spencer and all the audience to hydrate up.
That is good water.
I was just listening to an episode NPR podcast called Shortwave. And they had an episode all about water and how just drink water when you're thirsty and don't drink anything else when you're not when you're thirsty, drink water. Then you'll be fine.
When you're hungry, oftentimes you actually are just dehydrated and looking to your body just knows it can get food that way or hydration that way.
Yeah, and it does help to fill your stomach if you are actually a little hungry. Everybody, please drink your water. Okay, dehydrate. It is a transitive verb from 1876, 1A, to remove bound water or hydrogen and oxygen from a chemical compound in the proportion in which they form water. And that's a very complicated way to say just remove the hydrogen and oxygen. Remove the water. 1B, to remove water from... The water has now come up in burp form. Okay, to remove water from, and the example is as foods. So you taken the water out of foods, like I got some dried mangoes over here, and those were dehydrated.
Did you hear me burp or did you burp?
I burped.
Oh,
Did you burp?
I burped when you said that, and I thought you were like calling attention to the fact that I burped, and I was like, wow, my microphone is more sensitive than I thought.
No. Okay.
Wait, whoa, let's stop the show. Hold
Burp
on,
twins.
everyone. Did we just burp at the same time?
Well, we pretty much drank water at the same time. That is incredible. It's bi-coastal practically, because now I'm not on the coast, but I'm on the Lake Michigan coast. Bi-coastal burping.
Bi-regional.
Bi-regional, exactly.
It was a dehiscence of trapped air. Did you know when
lips
you
parted?
Did you know that when you fart, that a lot of those gases are not actually of your own making? They're from the microbacterial colonies in your gut that are digesting and creating their own off gases. So you're farting their farts.
I feel like in my brain I may have known that, but you putting it that way just really solidified it for me. You are farting their farts.
Yeah.
In your farts.
So next time you say to someone, I'm feeling a little gassy, you have to look them dead in the eye and say, all those guys down there, millions of them are very gassy.
Oh, billions. Maybe trillions.
Couldn't just let me have that one, huh?
No, I'm sorry. I was, you got, yeah, I couldn't. I just think millions. So it's such a tiny little number.
It's okay. You're about to suffer with one of these incredibly multisyllabic words coming up. I'm looking forward to it.
I already practiced and I'm still going to fuck it up. Okay, we have more for dehydrate though. We have number 2, to deprive of vitality or savor. That's dehydrate? Yeah, I mean metaphorically, how would you use that in a sentence? You're dehydrating what?
In order to remove the ability to savor it?
I feel like savor, this is a different kind of savor. This is like, man, why do they have to use words I don't know? The vitality of something. Should we skip ahead? No, we can't do that. It's just the vitality of your essence, your the thing that makes you you. I'm just making stuff up now.
So dehydrate is very active, whereas what is the state of being in it then from, oddly enough, a longer time ago than the word dehydrate came from? Oh, that makes sense. Sorry, I don't need to talk to you. I don't need to entertain your listeners. I'm just going to talk to myself.
Just do it yourself. I mean, that's what I do every day when I record this.
Hold on. I'm looking ahead at the next word, dehydration, which is from 1854. So dehydrate is from 1876. Dehydration is 1854. So that's kind of interesting. Like that shows the progress of science of like dehydration is a state you can't control, whereas dehydrate is an active term. It is taking nature in your own hands. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of cool.
Okay, let's put a pin in dehydration because we're almost done with dehydrate. We have one more definition, which is the intransitive definition, which is to lose water or body fluids. So if you're running a long race and you're getting all sweaty, I'm trapped in this little room here, I'm getting a little sweaty, I am dehydrating. It's dehydrate. Dehydrator is a noun. You can put some things in there and make a tasty snack. And that is all for dehydrate. Trumpet it up, boy. As Aaron said, the next word is dehydration, Noun from 1854. So yeah, they learned
We were
about
there
dehydration.
5 minutes ago. You're just catching up with the rest of us, buddy.
I'm very slow. I'm a very slow learner. It's taken me so long to get through this book. Okay, dehydration is the process of dehydrating, especially an abnormal depletion of body fluids. And I hate it when I have a depletion of body fluids.
But that means dehydration is also the act of vomiting.
I mean, yeah, you've got very precious liquids and probably water in there when you vomit. So you make sure to drink a lot of water when you're done barfing.
But what's interesting is dehydration is an abnormal depletion of body fluids. Is that natural life sustaining fluids like water, or is if you drink too much vodka and you toss up the vodka from your mouth hole, is that still dehydration?
That's a good question. I don't think vodka can be considered a body fluid, except there could be some people who might be able to call vodka body fluids.
Okay.
If they have enough of it. But I think if it's a fluid that you put in there, it can't be called a body fluid.
Is urination a process of dehydration? I guess it is.
Yeah, if you're peeing a whole lot, then yeah.
Oh, right. The word abnormal is important. So it's... okay.
Yeah. Dehydration is a very bad state to be in. You got to drink your water, as we have said.
And then burp at the same time as someone you just met.
I wonder how many times people burp at the same time all over the world and they don't even know it.
Constantly. It's a beautiful ballet we're all in. It's a dance.
It is.
And we all just... Nature puts the steps in there, and we just have to wear the dance shoes, you know? Clickety-clack.
You have no control over your life.
You don't.
Okay, these are fun words. The next word is dehydrochlorination. Dehydrochlorination. That's all one word. Noun from 1936. The process of removing hydrogen and chlorine or hydrogen chloride from a compound. And dehydrochlorinate is a transitive verb. I have no idea when you would remove hydrogen or chlorine from a thing. When do you do that? Is it a pool? Maybe in the pool.
Recently, I was you know what I mean? Recently, I was visiting my father, who had a fish. He has a fish, little fish, and he was adding fresh water in from the sink, and he forgot to dechlorinate the water because sink water has chlorine in it, and so we had to get a chemical that would dechlorinate the water, or else the fish would die. And I wonder if there's something in that of dechlorinating things, like maybe for fish from ponds when you have chlorinated water.
Yeah. But what's interesting about this one, first of all, I have to ask, did the fish survive?
He had multiple fish. He has multiple fish, and one of them died, and all the rest lived.
Okay. Well, I am sorry about the one fish. I'm glad the rest of them survived.
Shout out to the local Petco. #Petco saves lives.
They got you the dechlorinator that you needed.
Yeah, I'm forgetting what the term is. It's not called dechlorinator. It's called something else. So look it up, players at home.
Find it, people. Go to Petco, where the pets go. This one, though, is also removing the hydrogen. And I don't think the fish would be very happy if you remove the hydrogen from the water, because then it would just be oxygen, and I don't think they would be happy with that.
Look, I couldn't get us up the mountain, but at least I got us up to base camp.
You did. You got us part way there. The other part of the way needs to start with the trumpet from your dehisced mouth. This word is dehydroepiandrosterone. Nope. Dehydroepiandrosterone. God damn. Drosterone. This is spelled, we gotta spell it, dehydroepiandrosterone. Epiandrosterone. Can you please count the syllables? Dehydroepiandrosterone. Was it like 10 syllables?
I didn't count it. I was reading what year it's from and thinking about how in 1961, I don't know. I was just like, that word gives me appreciation for ingenuity.
This is a noun from 1961. A very ingenuitous word. A weakly androgenic ketosteroid, C19H28O2, secreted by the adrenal glands that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of testosterone and estrogens, like estradiol, and then also a synthetic derivative of this compound is also called hydroepiandrosterone. Oh, this is abbreviated so much easier. DHEA. Thank you.
The thing about DHEA is that I feel like when there's a biosynthetic compound like that one that interacts with your adrenal glands and it creates, multiple offshoots of dehiscinated astrological
Keep it going.
mucus secretions, then at that kind of time, I just thinking, it's ingenious that we were able to create the adrenal gland from barley and rice.
How did we do this?
Yeah, so when you take barley and rice and you put it in a Epsom salt bath for too long, you get dehydroepiandrosterone, which is the next word.
What can you do with that? Okay.
Yeah, you can rub it on a gland to make it shinier. It's really goes to show that any word can make its way here.
Is this is a thing that happened. This is a thing in your body, and they named it. Those people, they said it's made up of all these things, and so obviously it needs the name dehydroepiandrosterone. You know what's related to that?
What? Oh, you clever goose.
Dehydrogenase. This is a noun from 1923. Did you call me a goose?
Flap those wings. Flop about your pond. Come on, lay an egg. Yeah.
We're
both
sure
slouching. Come on, sit up. We got it. All right, we got it.
All right, we're almost to the end. No more slouching allowed.
Well, we'll see.
This hydrogenase is an enzyme that accelerates the removal of hydrogen from metabolites. That's how you say that word. And
it's not
transferred.
Metabolites.
Meet the bolites.
Oh.
Hello, bolites.
Hello.
Come meet
Oh, this
Aaron.
is related to Ebola. Listeners, from 1923. No, keep going.
Okay. I feel like, for my own sake, I have to start this one over again. It is an enzyme that accelerates the removal of hydrogen from metabolites. It speeds up the process of the hydrogen going away from the metabolites and its transfer to other substances. It also speeds up the transfer to other substances. And it says compare to, how would you say this word? Succinate dehydrogenase. So, that's maybe a specific kind of dehydrogenase. I guess a succinate version.
When you submerge barley for just a little too long in a hole, you get
like a well.
Yeah, if you submerge it well enough, you get a goose egg, and that's how you dehydrogenate an enzyme. Take note, listeners.
And I think they are from the country called... Trumpet, please. Dehydrogenation. The nation of dehydrogenate. Noun from 1866. I feel really bad to the people who actually study this stuff. I have completely butchered your words. This is the removal of hydrogen from a chemical compound. And dehydrogenate is a transitive verb.
You get all the angry letters. Excuse me, sir. I'm pretty certain that Your pronunciation of dehydrogenase is offensive to the scientific community, and your guest's impression of scientists is offensive to everyone.
That guest you had, he really dehumanized our scientists. And that was the last word. What are we gonna do?
I'd like to revisit one word from earlier. I don't have one in mind, but I want to go full circle at the end. I don't know if you have other guests that like doing this, but I just want to like choose my favorite word from the episode and hear yours.
This is brand new to this podcast. This episode, 1,300 plus in. This is the first time this has ever happened. Quickly, I will reread the words. I will try to. You listen. Digressive. Degrangalade. Degum. Degustation. Deotanba. Dehiscence. Dehorn. Dehumanize. Dehumidify. Dehydrate. Dehydration, dehydrochlorination, dehydroepiandrosterone, dehydrogenase, I'll lose the emphasis, dehydrogenase, and dehydrogenation. Those were all of the words, and which one do you like?
I like dehiscence simply for the narrative of the fact that I think it's just so incredibly funny that at some point that was the progressive word from dehiss from 1657. And then in 1819, somebody said dehiscence, and some old fogey said to them, "What did you say?" And another,
what are you going to do about it?
Someone said, "Oh, I've never," and then fainted. And then somebody said, "She just fell too hard." And then someone got sued.
And then she fell on the sidewalk and broke her brain and it dehissed.
Oh God, what was your favorite word?
Ooh, I think degustation maybe. That one, I kind of like that one. The tasting lots of little things.
I can understand that. Yeah. That's nice. Is there any like one word while doing this show, that kind of just stands out as like a word that you really fell madly in love with? Sight unseen, brand new word that just the show really.
Yeah, kind of. Well, I mean, lots of words have really stuck.
It has to be about one?
It has to be about one. Okay,
Yep.
I see how this is going. I understand the game now.
I think everyone listening here, along with me, knows that otherwise I'm getting you started on a long thing. So what's one word that really, what's one word that really, buttered your bread?
My bread got so buttered when I read the word abecedarian. This was very early on in the podcast, and this was probably the first one that was like, what is, I've never heard this word, and it's just about putting things in alphabetical order. Abecedarian. And there's like multiple definitions. This book didn't have all of them in here, but yeah, I was like, oh, that's great. And, I'm going through this book in an abecedarian way, and I have to have my movies alphabetically ordered and my music, and like that's all very organized in that way. So yeah, that word definitely struck me, and I have mentioned it to many people. Yeah,
I like that. That reminds me of the word nulling, which will come later when you hit K, which is when you are going to do a project or like an assembly of something. You perform the process of nulling, or to null, when you lay things out on the table that are all the elements of what you will construct.
Is that spelled Knoll?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so. I was watching one of Adam Savage's tested build videos, and he talked about the craft of nulling as an engineer.
That's well, I agree. It's a really smart thing to do to get all prepared. There was a word just in the last couple episodes, I feel like I read that also was like, oh, that's fascinating. I can't think of what it is right now. It could have been deglutition. I think that's what it was. To swallow, basically. The act or process of swallowing is deglutition.
I like
that. It's similar to glutton.
Yeah. You're like removing things from their spaces they were in so that you may consume them.
Yeah.
Ravage them with your digestive juices. I think it's time to do our goodbye song.
Well, you do have to sing a song about dehiscence. We sort of skipped over that.
I can do that. I thought you asked me to do a song for the dictionary show.
You can do both.
All right, hold on.
Would you like to just do one? Oh my God.
All
He
right.
is grabbing a guitar.
I don't know. I don't have this prepared, so it's just going to be bad.
I have a feeling he does have this prepared.
I don't.
Okay,
What
good.
what
That's
word
the way
did you
this
want?
works. Well, you picked the word dehiscence, so you can either sing a song about dehiscence, or you can sing a song about degustation, which was the one that I picked, or you can just sing a song about words in the dictionary.
Words, when you hear them, might mean what you thought. You read that word in the dictionary, but then Spencer forgot. But if you listen to the backlog of content that he'll make, you'll see the key will change, and that wasn't a mistake. The Dictionary Podcast for you and for me, for dehiscence in the D's and bubble in the B. Yeah, that's it.
I'm applauding with one hand onto my
It's a
desk. That was
horrible sound.
no, that sounded really good. And you must be very good at faking thinking up something at the top of your head, because that really did seem planned. That's
What?
how good it was.
Sitting in front of a microphone, bullshitting out of thin air? Never done that.
Never.
This is so fun. I love.
Do you actually have a history of improv?
It's just what podcasting is.
Yeah. Well, for some people like us. That's part of what I like about doing this, is that I know I'm still not good at it, but forcing myself, I do no editing, forcing myself to just come up with stuff at the top of my head is often fails badly, but it forces somebody like me to use my brain in a different way that I'm just not really used to doing. And you were fantastic. And I hope everybody goes and checks out your podcast called Human Values and all of the other podcasts that are going to be on your Human Content Network when they come
Shucks. Yeah. We'll have you on Human Values. And thank you for the plug. But yeah, we'll have you on Human Values. It'll be really fun debating things with you that none of us are that invested in, yet represent entirely every inch of our existential being. So
out. We are going to debate so hard.
Yeah. What's your price to end this podcast without telling me a limerick?
Without?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, so without? Does that mean
Okay,
that
bye. Yeah. I don't know. I think that's your end, right?
I think that might be the end. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. Let's quickly get through the pluggy things. The plugs for just this one show. Instagram and Twitter is at dictionarypod. There's no L in there. Dictionarypod. You can also find it on Facebook if you still do that thing if you're really old, like me. Okay. Email dictionarypod@gmail.com. Google Voice number, call and leave a message, 917-727-5757. There's merchandise in the TeePublic link in the show. There's a Patreon link. I think it's patreon.com/speedjampar maybe. And you can give as little as $1 a month and get episodes really early. And there's a small handful of exclusives. Oh, what are the other things that we have to say? Oh, most importantly, you have to rate and review this show on Apple Podcasts and all the other places that do rating and reviewing. It helps to push this show up into the charts. Every once in a while, I get an email that's like, you're 198 in Egypt for education. And then I say, yay, and I have a little party. Shortly before I recorded, my lovely wife Sharon reminded me that there was a song in the show 30 Rock. I don't know why she was thinking about it. She needed to remember the lyrics. And so because it is now stuck in my head for the rest of eternity, you get to hear me sing the Cheesy Blaster song. I hope I remember the lyrics. You take a hot dog, fill it with some jack cheese, fold it in a pizza. You got cheesy blasters. Thanks, meat cat. Razzmatazz. The first word in this episode. Oh, there are some fun words here today. We have de-ice. D-E-I-C-E. Transitive verb from 1934. To rid or keep free of ice. Getting rid of the ice or putting something on a thing so it doesn't get ice in the first place. As in the example, the most common example probably is de-ice an airplane's wings. In certain conditions, when the weather is really cold and there's going to be some ice that forms on the thing because there's humidity, there's water in the air, you got to de-ice the plane because the plane is not going to fly so good if it has ice on it. There's moving pieces and things. So yeah, sometimes they say we got to de-ice the plane and then you get delayed and then everybody gets mad at the weather. De-icer is a noun, probably the machine and probably the person. Back in 1934, I wonder what de-icers were like in 1934. That's almost 100 years ago. Maybe we need to find a link or a picture and put it in either the show notes or the social media. De-icer. Next word. This word is deicide or deicide. It's almost spelled like decide. D-E-I-C-I-D-E. Deicide, deicide. Noun from 1577. I think I'm going to say deicide. 1. The act of killing a divine being or a symbolic substitute of such a being. Yeah, I think maybe we've probably mentioned this before. We're going to mention it a whole bunch of more times. When you see C-I-D-E or maybe I-C-I-D at the end, it's all about the killing of a thing. And the thing is determined by the prefix of that word. So in this case, the D-E or the D-E-I means a divine being, a god, something substituting a divine being. And we are going to see a number of those words in today's episode because that is the section that we are in, the DEI section. Oh, interesting. The first word of this episode is the first of the DEIs, and the last word in this episode is the last of the DEIs. I love it when that happens. Okay, number 2 for deicide. Deicide? Number 2, the killer or destroyer of a god. Oh, I guess you would just say they are a deicide? I don't know if I've heard that before. You don't say the person is a suicide. You don't say a fratricide, infanticide. I wonder if you can say those things. Let's see. Yes, this is from the Latin deus, D-E-U-S, which means God, and just the prefix sida, side. Yeah, there's more at the word deity, which, of course, we will get to later this episode. The next word is deictic or deictic. So it is spelled D-E-I-C-T-I-C. So deictic is one way, and then deictic is the other way. And both of those are kind of hard to say because the k and the t sound next to each other. I guess we'll just say deictic. Adjective from 1876, showing or pointing out directly. That's the whole thing. Showing or pointing out directly, as in the example, the words this, that, and those have a deictic function because they are showing or pointing out something directly. This thing here, this phone next to me, or that mirror over there, or those wine bottles over there. Those, I'm very, very specific about the things that I'm talking about with the words this, that, those. This, that, those. This, that, those. That should be, instead of zip, zap, zop, it should be this, that, those. Some of you know what that is. This is from the Greek deiktikos, which means able to show. From deiktos, which is the verbal of deiknenai, which means to show, and there's more at the word diction. So it's all about showing the stuff directly. The next word is deification or deification. As you can see, the way that you pronounce the first 3 letters can change a lot. I'm gonna have to check the pronunciation a lot in this episode. Deification is a noun from the 14th century, the act or an instance of deifying. Deifying. What is deifying? And when it happens, there has been a deification, I guess deifying, either one is fine. Because, and then, I don't know what we're saying, the next word, zhu, deify, or deify, deify. Transitive verb from the 14th century, number 1a, to make a god of. How do you do that? How can you make a god? It's usually just giving them lots and lots of praise and making their ego real big, possibly. 1b, to take as an object of worship. If you're taking an object of worship, you're deifying. That I don't think I've heard that. That's interesting. And then number 2, to glorify as of supreme worth. So does that mean you are glorifying a thing because you think it has supreme worth? To glorify as of supreme, or you're glorifying something as if it had supreme worth. Maybe that's what it is. I am deifying this book. The whole idea of the dictionaries are like a god. They have supreme worth. In at least this book, these words in American English and a bit of British English, they do have supreme worth. It's words. It's how we communicate mostly. If you can't tell, it's early in the morning. I've only been up for like an hour, so the voice is a little bit low, which is great. This is also from the Latin deus, which means God. Oh, there's really not that much more interesting than that. Next word, zhu. It's pronounced Dane, but it is spelled D-E-I-G-N. It's like the word rain, R-E-I-G-N, which is like you have a whole reign over a thing. You control everything. You're the monarch, and you have reign. But this one is Dane. Verb from the 14th century. One intransitive and one transitive. Here we go with the intransitive. Ready, set, go. To condescend reluctantly and with a strong sense of the affront to one's superiority that is involved. The synonym is stoop, as in, would not even deign to talk to him. So this is like you think you are a god, right? To condescend reluctantly. Now, reluctantly, that's interesting. So you can condescend somebody, but you're reluctant about it. Like you're being forced to condescend. And with a strong sense of the affront to one's superiority that is involved. Oh, so maybe you think the other person is the god. Is that? I don't think so. I don't think so, because the transitive definition is to condescend, to give or offer. I'm not even sure what that means. To condescend, to give or offer. So I feel like when somebody is condescending, the one who is doing the condescending, they feel more godly, like they feel like they're on a higher plane or whatever. So that's. But yes, and then would not even deign to talk to him. They would not stoop. So stoop, you're coming down to somebody else's level. The etymology says this is from the Latin dignare or dignus, which means worthy, and there's more at the word decent. Just be decent to people. That's an interesting one. The next word is deal. And it's not dealing out cards. It is D-E-I-L, of course, because we're in the D-E-I section. You just think about it for a second, and then you know how the words go. This is a noun from the 15th century. This is Scottish. And the synonym is the word devil. So all they did was take out the V right in the middle, and it became deal. Maybe they felt okay to say the word without the V. This is an interesting one. I do love all these Scottish words that pop up here. Deal. How would they use this in a sentence? The next word. De-industrialization. De-industrialization. Maybe something that we should try. Noun from 1940. The reduction or destruction of a nation's or region's industrial capacity. Deindustrialize is a verb. And the industrial capacity, the industry, it is the reason we are in the climate change situation that we are in right now. So, maybe we can still keep the industry, maybe we can keep that all together, but we can just figure out ways to do it in a more sustainable and eco-friendly way where you're not murdering so many animals and you're not putting so many carbons and greenhouse gases out into the atmosphere and all those sorts of things. So I think that we can do that. We are smart enough to do that. Sure. The next word is Deinonychus. Deinonychus. This is spelled fun. Deinonychus. Deinonychus. It sounds like a dinosaur, kind of. Noun from 1969. Ho! Any of a genus of small bipedal carnivorous theropod dinosaurs from the Cretaceous having a very large sharp claw on the second digit of both hind feet. I was right. You're welcome. This, the genus name is also just Deinonychus. And this is from the Greek, as most dino names are from. They're often from Greek, I think. Dinos, Deinos, which means terrifying. And then it's plus the suffix onikos, which means clawed. So it's terrifying claw. If I saw that, I would be terrified of the claw and probably the sharp teeths and things. Onikos is also from onyx, which means claw or nail. And there's more at the word dire, D-I-R-E, and nail, N-A-I-L, like the nails on your fingers, which I really need to cut soon because they're getting a bit long. Okay, Deinonychus, let's see, bipedal, so it's on two legs. Carnivorous means it eats meat. Theropod, I don't remember what that means. Something with feet, maybe. It lived in the Cretaceous and has a very large sharp claw on the second digit of both hind feet. I feel like from what Jurassic Park and Jurassic World has showed us about raptors, velociraptors, I feel like this might be very similar to that. Are raptors a kind of Deinonychus? I don't know. Maybe we got to do some research, put it in the show notes, and maybe on social media we will post a picture, a fun picture of Deinonychus. Deinonychus. Okay. Vroom. Deinstitutionalization is the next word. Deinstitutionalization. Lots of parts to the words. Noun from 1955. 1. The release of institutionalized individuals from an institutional care to care in the community. The example of the institutional care is a psychiatric hospital. There used to be a lot more of these, I think. Movies and TV shows tell us that. And then at a certain point, maybe they were deemed not so great to the people. From today's standards, a lot of the people probably didn't need to be in a psychiatric hospital and could be helped with various therapy, probably. And so they're taken out of the institutional care, and then they are put into the care of the community. Number 2. Excuse me, a little bit of a gas coming out of my throat. Number 2, the reform or modification of an institution to remove or disguise its institutional character. The reform or modification of the institution, maybe people weren't very happy with this the character of the institution. The psychiatric hospital, maybe they were doing some bad things, so people didn't really like that. So then they had to reform or modify. They had to rebrand, basically, is what they had to do. That's deinstitutionalization. And deinstitutionalize is a transitive verb. Deinstitutionalization, 9 syllables. And what was the word we had yesterday? I want to officially figure out how many syllables that is. Dehydroepiandrosterone. That's also 9. The next word, room. Deionize. I think, yeah, deionize. This is a transitive verb from 1906. To remove ions from, as in, deionize water by ion exchange. How you do ion exchange? Deionization is a noun, and deionizer is a noun. And maybe, if you're so lucky, we'll put in a link in the show notes so you can learn how to do your own ion exchange. You can deionize at home. Probably not, though. I don't think that's probably a good idea. But, maybe you want to learn what that process is like. Remove the ions. Ions is spelled I-O-N-S, in case you didn't know. You could be a very, very young person and haven't gotten to, high school chemistry or something. The next word. Deism or deism. D-E-I-S-M. This is a noun, and it is often capitalized because it is an ism. Lots of isms are capitalized. 1682, if I didn't say that. 1682, 298 years before I was born. A movement or system of thought advocating natural religion, emphasizing morality, and in the 18th century, denying the interference of the Creator with the laws of the universe. Okay, well, I like some of that. Natural religion. I don't know what is meant by natural religion. What's unnatural religion? What's fake religion? Okay, but then emphasizing morality, I like that. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who wouldn't call themselves Christian who probably act more Christian in the sense of morality and helping those who are in need. They're more Christian than people who say they're Christian. Sometimes you just see that, so I just have to say it sometimes. But then we have this last part. In the 18th century, deism denied the interference of the Creator with the laws of the universe. And this one, I'm not entirely sure what this means. Is it denying that the humans are interfering, the humans cannot interfere with the Creator, or is it saying that the Creator couldn't interfere with the laws of the universe? Yeah, it's worded in such a way that it could be a little, you can interpret it different ways, unless you really know what it is. And I don't. Deist. That is a noun. Deistic or deistic, that is an adjective. Deistical or deistical is an adjective. And deistically or deistically, that is an adverb. Wow, we had all the forms. We had nouns, adjectives, adverbs. There was no verb, though. I guess deify might be, but it's not exactly like this. Okay. Deism. The next word, it's connected. It is deity or deity. Noun from the 14th century, 1a. The rank or essential nature of a god, and the synonym is divinity. So, what's the nature of a god? What is its deity? That one I'm not so familiar with, but we have 1b is capitalized, and the number one definition for the word God. I feel like that's an episode when we get to God, we're going to have some sort of expert on. So get your thinking cap on right now and start thinking about who would be a good person, a good guest to have on for that episode. There is that podcast, which, I don't know, maybe they stopped it. It's called Godcast. Maybe we can get God himself on that episode. That would be fun. Oh, there is another synonym for 1B.
Supreme Being.
Number 2, a god or goddess. Just that. A god or a goddess is a deity. As in, the deities of ancient Greece. They had a lot of deities. Should we say deities? Which one do you like? Deities. How many? I don't know all of them. We got Zeus and we got now that's it. That's all I can think of. No. They're in your brain. They're in your brain, but it's hard to come up with the full names. I'm trying to think of the love. What's her name? It starts with an A. Aphrodite. We got Cupid or Eros. We got Mars. Some of these are the Greek names, I think, and some of these are the other names. Hercules, I guess, is partially a god. Achilles is the one of them. Dionysus. There's the one. I was gonna say syphilis. I don't think that's one. Sisyphus. That's it. There's so many in your brain that you've never even heard of, and they're in your brain. Number 3 for deity. One exalted or revered as supremely good or powerful. That's just a human. They're not actually a god, but people revere them like a god. Deity. Okay, this is what we got. Middle English, deite, from Anglo-French, deite, from Lower Latin, deitat or deitas, which is from the Latin deus. Here it is again. Again? Deus means God. Akin. I was looking at that word. Akin to the Old English. Is it Tiu? Capital T-I-W. And that means God of War. Also from the Latin Deus, which means God. And how do you pronounce this? Dies? D-I-E-S. It looks like it's the word dies, but I think it's dies. And that means day. The day. Oh, is that why we have the word day? Did we already talk about that? Also from Greek, dios, which means heavenly. From Sanskrit, deva, which means heavenly or God. There's a lot of etymology here today. So I just think we have to do a quick check back because I can't remember everything. Back to the word day, because was God, Deus, was that related? Was that connected? I had the page and I lost it. Day. The etymology, no. There's no God, there's no Deus there. But it could be related. We have one more word for this episode, goes a little bit on to the next page. Deixis or deixis. D-E-I-X-I-S. Deixis. Noun from 1946. The pointing or specifying function of some words whose denotation changes from one discourse to another. And examples of these words would be definite articles, like the word the, and also demonstrative pronouns. I guess you could say demonstrative, but I feel like it's not usually pronounced that way. Demonstrative, that makes more sense to me. Demonstrative pronouns or demonstrative pronouns, they are probably demonstrating something. So what again is the definition? The pointing or specifying function of some words like definite articles and demonstrative pronouns whose denotation changes from one discourse to another. And without an expert here to explain this better, to give us some context, we can't do that. This is a Greek word, deixis or deixis, which literally means display. It is from also the Greek word dictionary, which means to show, and there's more at the word diction. So this seems related to that one that we had, where was it? The words with this, that, this one. Deictic, yeah, because that one was all about showing a thing and displaying, yeah. So I think those are related. How deixis gets used, though, I have no fucking clue. I think it's time for the word of the episode. It's a good thing there's nobody around me. Okay, the words today were de-ice, deicide, deictic, deification, deify, dane, deal, deindustrialization, dynanikos, deinstitutionalization, deionize, deism, deity, and deixis. I'm not sure what to pick. There's a whole lot of God-related words here. There's a few that are not, of course. De-ice is very important for flying all over the world. Let's see. Killing the god is deicide. Let's see. I'm not going to pick that. Deification, making the god. Probably not going to pick the dinosaur because we can post that on social media. Dane, that one was kind of interesting, a little confusing. Let's see. Deism, deity, deixis. Yeah. I don't know. Let's pick deicide is kind of an interesting idea, but I think I'm going to just pick de-ice as the word of the episode because it's just a super important invention so people can fly during the winter. We're starting to get close here up in the northern hemisphere to the times when you are going to need some de-icing. I'm sure there's places further north, like in Canada, that already need to de-ice their planes. De-ice your planes! De-ice your planes! So you can fly to other places. De-ice your planes. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of thought that goes into these. That's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. It's the podcast where Spencer Parks, that's me. I am reading the dictionary. I talk about it. I make jokes. I try to explain things a bit more clearly, partially for me, partially for you, but you probably know everything already. And that's how the show goes. And sometimes there's songs and sometimes there's guests, and it's all education and silliness and fun. And that's why it's called edutainment, the best usage of that word ever. I hope you're learning something and I hope you're having fun. Okay, the first word in this episode, the first section of page 329 it's a good one, déjà vu. I guess some people also say more Frenchy, déjà vu. Déjà vu. It is spelled D-E-J-A. That's the first word. And the second word is just V-U. And there are accents on the E and the A in the first word. Okay, so they're different. The E is boop, and the A is pew. I hope you know what those mean. This is a noun from 1903. 1A, the illusion of remembering scenes and events when experienced for the first time. I feel like I have déjà vu every single time I record this podcast because it's just the same thing over and over again. No, I don't actually have déjà vu when I record this, but I do get it sometimes, and it is the weirdest feeling. The illusion of remembering scenes and events when experienced for the first time. You're experiencing it for the first time, but you feel like you have experienced it in the past. How is that even possible? It's so weird. 1B, a feeling that one has seen or heard something before. It's kind of the same idea. It's just, I feel like I heard that before. It's déjà vu. And number 2, something overly or unpleasantly familiar. Overly familiar or unpleasantly familiar? I have not heard of this definition before. When does this get used? How can something be overly familiar? I mean, it's kind of the same idea of, oh yeah, I experienced this before. I'm extra familiar with it. Unpleasantly familiar. That's another weird one. Something that is so familiar to you that it's unpleasant. I just can't even think of what that might be. This is French. I guess it's an adjective. I think that's what it's saying. Or maybe that means ADJ means something else here. Anyway, it literally means already seen. Already must be déjà, and vu must be seen. Because there's the V, like vision. That's what I'm guessing. This is a fascinating thing that happens. I think we all get it. Is there anybody in the world who has never had déjà vu before? Please tell me. Email, social media messages, Google Voice, whatever, all the different ways to contact me. It's all in the show notes. Please tell me if you have never experienced déjà vu. I mean, maybe you wouldn't know, but I feel like you'd have to know. If you've experienced this, you know you've experienced it. And this is just one of the most fascinating things of the brain. And of course I have to mention in the Matrix, when there's a déjà vu, there's a glitch in the Matrix. So maybe that's what's happening. Maybe this is all a simulation and it's just glitching out. We have another word. We have a lot of other words. It is deject or deject. First form, adjective from the 15th century. It is archaic because the synonym is dejected, which we will get to shortly. The second form of deject is a transitive verb from 1581, and it just means to make gloomy. Deject. This is a Middle English word, which means to throw down. From the Latin word dejectus, although do they say a J sound differently? Is it like dejectus? I feel like it might be. That is from the verb deicere, which is from de plus jacere or jacere, which means to throw. And there's more at the word jet, because a jet is throwing itself through the sky. So throwing and throwing down, but then deject means to make gloomy. That's kind of an interesting one. The next word. It is dejecta. De at the beginning or D. Dejecta, dejecta. This is a noun from circa 1829. The synonym, there's two of them. It's feces and excrement. So it's the stuff that is being dejected. Your butt is throwing down the feces and the excrement out into the toilet. Hopefully it's going into the toilet. It is the dejecta. This is Latin. That's the neutral plural of dejectus or dejectus. So it's the plural. It's all of the stuff that comes out. The dejecta. This is a word that we really need to add this to our list of words that we use for poop. Don't you think? Feces, excrement, dejecta. The next word. Dejected. Dejected. So this is the synonym for the first form of deject, which doesn't get used anymore in this context. So the real word is dejected. Adjective from 1581, 1. Cast down in spirits. And the synonym is depressed. Yep, if you're feeling depressed, you're feeling dejected. It's just really, it's another way to say it, but depression, depressed, is more of the official kind of medical term. Dejected, maybe you feel rejected, and that's why you are dejected. 2a, this is obsolete, and it's talking about the eyes, and the synonym is downcast. So if your eyes are looking down, I guess, you could say that they are dejected. You are throwing the gaze of your eyes down. Throw down, deject, dejected. 2b is archaic. Throw down. There it is, right there. Just throw. If you throw something down to the ground, you are dejecting it. I guess. Or it has been dejected. 3 is obsolete. And this is lowered in rank or condition. Yeah, it's all about putting something down. Down, down, down to the ground is what it is. Dejectedly is an adverb, and dejectedness is a noun. And so now I am curious, for the first form of deject, which definition are we talking about? Is it the first one? It's the only one that gets used these days, cast down in spirits. So maybe they used to say, I feel deject, or I am deject. I don't know. That's an interesting context. But yeah, or maybe it's talking about the eyes, or throwing down, or lowered in rank or condition. The next word. Dejection is a noun from the 15th century. It's just lowness of spirits. So again, if you're feeling dejected, you have dejection. Ooh, my stomach, I got dejection. The next word. De-jury. De-jury? Or de-jury? Yeah, there's a... Oh, it is 2 words. So the first word is D-E. The second word is J-U-R-E. J-U-R-E. So you can say de-jury. Yeah, de-jury. Or de-jury. This is an adverb or adjective from 1611-1. By right? Oh, there's 2 parts to this. It's by right, R-I-G-H-T, B-Y-R-I-G-H-T. Should I just spell this whole podcast? Every word I come across, I'll just spell it. And then the second part to number 1 is of right, O-F-R-I-G-H-T. By right, of right, de jure. Number 2, based on laws or actions of the state, as in de jure segregation. So this definitely seems like this is probably in the legal world, but how I'm still confused by it because I'm not a lawyer. I didn't study this stuff, and a lot of the things that they say are just kind of confusing if you are not studied in it. De jure segregation. So based on laws or actions of the state, the segregation maybe in a school or something was decided by the state. So it's de jure. Yeah. We are now in the DEK section. The first is the prefix deca or dec, D-E-K-A, or just D-E-K, and it just says see deca with a C. And we talked about that a long time ago. It's all about, I think it's 1/10 of a thing. And listening back to those episodes where I was so confused about decimeter, deci, D-E-C-I, that's a tenth of a thing. D-E-C-A or D-E-K-A, I think is a 10 of a thing. I think I have that right. I hope I have it right. I already sounded very stupid when I talked about decimeters and is it a tenth of a meter or is it 10 centimeters? And because later when I was listening to it, and I think I put this in the show notes, I realized, oh yes, a millimeter is a 1,000th of a meter. A centimeter is 100th of a meter. A decimeter is 1/10 of a meter. So it all tracks. It really does. The next word. Decagram. Noun from 1810. Go see the metric system table. Just go do that and you'll learn about a decagram. The next word. Decaliter. Noun from circa 1879. See the metric system table. Decameter. Noun from circa 1879. See the metric system table. There's a pattern. The next word. Decametric is an adjective from 1968, and the synonym is just decametric with a C. So if you want to relearn that one, go back to that episode. It's not that far away. Next word. Deke. D-E-K-E. Deke. Verb from the 1961 year. First is transitive. To fake out of position. To fake out of position. So who are you faking? An opponent. And what is their position? Or where is this all happening? In ice hockey. That's an example. So to fake an opponent out of position, as in ice hockey. If maybe you're on offense and you're going to take the puck with your stick to the goal, and then you're doing some fancy juke moves, and then you fake somebody out and you get around them and you score the goal. You have deked them, I guess. Intransitive says to deke an opponent is deke. Deke is also a noun. That's a funny word. It says it's short for the second form of decoy. What was that one? It was I think that was the one about getting to lure by or as if by a decoy. Yeah, luring away from their place, their position in the hockey on ice. Hockey on ice. The next word. This is the beginning of the DEL section, which is going to go on for a little bit. Boop, 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 boo. DEL, abbreviation for one, delegate or delegation, or maybe delegate. And then number 2 is delete. The next word. Del, again, with a capital D. This is the abbreviation for Delaware. And usually we don't see the states in this book, but we are going to see this one later this episode because of reasons. The next word. Delamination. Noun from 1877. Separation into constituent layers. And delaminate is an intransitive verb. I mean, I would have thought that it was just taking away the laminating stuff on a piece of paper, delaminating it, but no, this is separation into constituent layers. So if there's a bunch of layers on a thing, maybe if you got a cake, a multi-layered cake, and then you take off it layer by layer, then you are delaminating the cake. I guess I kind of do that when I eat it. I kind of eat it in layers. I like to save the frosting for the end so I can feel just the worst. The next word. Boop, boop, ba-doop, boop, boop. It is delate. D-E-L-A-T-E. I think some people are so late, we need to delate them so they become early. This is a verb from the 15th century, looks like it is only transitive. Number 1. The synonyms are accuse and denounce. Accusing somebody of doing something, you're denouncing them because you don't like what they did. It's delate. Number 2. The synonyms are report and relate, which you'd probably just say relate. Now, that's interesting. Relate and delate are the same. I hate it when that happens. Delation is a noun, and delater with an O-R, that is also a noun. I'm not sure. Let's read the etymology. This is from the Latin dilatus, which is from the verb deferre, which means to bring down or report or accuse. So dilatus is from de plus latus, which is from the verb ferre, F-E-R-R-E, which means to bear. And I believe the episode that just aired today, September 24th, because I listened to it this morning, I think the etymology of the word in that episode also had very similar etymology. Deferre, ferre, to bear, and there's more at the word tolerate. So yeah, this isn't really helpful. I again have to just guess. I'm guessing that delate is again maybe used in the legal world, because this is not a normal word, I don't think. The next word, boo weep ba-deep ba-doo boop. Delaware. with a capital D. Noun from 1721. 1. A member of an American Indian people originally of the Delaware Valley. And number 2, the Algonquin language of the Delaware. That would be of the Delaware people. So the Delaware people speak a language that is Algonquin, and they used to live in the Delaware Valley until some people came over and probably kicked them out and murdered them, and that's what happens. That's not what happens. That is what happened. Let's not do this anymore, please. I'd like to think that we're all over the world. The people are all over the world. I don't think that, but it's still, Russia, Ukraine, it's still kind of happening in a different way. There's also the river, the Delaware River. That's where it says that it gets its name from. But I would guess that the Delaware people, maybe they just named themselves that. So that's where the word comes from themselves. Also, we say Delaware or Delaware, but how would they pronounce it? Did they say it differently? The next word. Delay. Delay. First form, noun from the 13th century. 1a, the act of delaying. Also, the state of being delayed. As in, get started without delay. I really like to do that. I like to just get things done so I don't have to worry about them later. Because if I don't, I might forget and I lose my motivation. Let's do it right now. 1b, an instance of being delayed is a delay. Oh, we have been delayed. We have a delay, people. Maybe we are delayed because the plane was being de-iced. Again, you need to be listening to these episodes in order, you dummy. 2, the time during which something is delayed, as in a delay of 30 minutes. Well, for a plane, that's not too bad. I can deal with that, maybe. Unless I got a layover, then we might cause some problems. The second form of delay, this is our last word, and unfortunately, again, this is happening. The synonym information is right in the middle of this column, so it has to be pushed to tomorrow's episode, and there's a lot of it. There's a lot. There's a lot because there's 2 sections. There's 2 sections of delay synonyms. Okay, so the actual definitions, though, for the second form of delay, which is a verb from the 14th century starting with transitive. 1. The synonyms are put off and postpone, as in delay a departure. 2. To stop, detain, or hinder for a time, just for a time, as in the mails were delayed by heavy snows. And who says the mails with an S at the end? The mails? Maybe just the mail. That's how I would say it. But anyway, there was a lot of snow, so the mail got delayed. People didn't get their mails. Not right away, at least. Number 3, to cause to be slower or to occur more slowly than normal, like my brain, as in delay a child's development. And here we go with intransitive, to move or act slowly, also to cause delay. Yeah, if you are moving or acting slowly, you may cause a delay. Maybe people are waiting for you and they're saying, come on, don't walk so slow. Get your butt over here. Why are you so slow? You don't have an injury. You are a perfectly capable human being. We have to catch a train. Get. Delayer is a noun. You are a delayer. There are some words in this episode. We're gonna pick one. We're gonna pick one. Cheesy blasters. We had today deja vu, deject, deject, dejecta, dejected, dejection, de-jury, deca, decagram, decaliter, decameter, decametric, deke, del, delamination, delate, Delaware, delay, and delay. The runner-up has got to be dejecta, but the one that is going to be the word of the episode is deja vu. I mean, I don't know. Do you know? We know. It's fine. It's just a fascinating thing that our brain does, and I want to know why. Maybe we should put a link in the show notes where you can go read up maybe what people think this is happening. What is happening in our brain? Is it breaking? It's just a fascinating thing. Maybe there's people who are experiencing deja vu like all the time. Maybe we should find out if that happened. Again, if you've never experienced deja vu, if you have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, call in, leave an email, voicemail, message, whatever it is. It's just a fascinating feeling. But maybe there's something else going on. This is the end of the episode. Deja vu, deja vu, deja vu, 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 vu. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the podcast called The Dictionary. Do I have to turn this, pull the mic a little bit away from the mouth so it's not so loud? Hello, word nerds. If you remember from yesterday, we ended with the word delay, and we did not get to the synonym information because I said I didn't want to. So, that's what we're going to do right now. The first word in this episode is the second form of delay, specifically the synonym section. The synonym section. The synonym section. And there's two of them. There's two. Okay, the first section of the synonym section is delay, retard, slow, slacken, and detain, mean to cause to be late or behind in movement or progress. Delay implies a holding back, usually by interference from completion or arrival. Implies a holding back, usually by interference from completion or arrival. A holding back from completion or arrival. I'm just saying it all the different ways that it can possibly be said. You are delayed. Your arrival or your completion of something is delayed probably because of some sort of interference, as in the example, bad weather delayed our arrival, probably by plane, because that is a thing that often gets delayed by bad weather. Retard, and that's a word that we will get to in the R's. That there's a whole lot of stuff going on with that word, but in this case, it specifically suggests reduction of speed without actual stopping, as in language barriers retarded their progress. What sort of progress? I don't know. Something with language, but it slowed it down. Something that is slowed down but not completely stopped has been retarded. This is the very correct, authentic, original way to use this word. Slow and slacken also imply a reduction of speed. Slow often suggesting deliberate intention, as in medication slowed the patient's heart rate, and it was on purpose. Slacken and easing up. Where's this? There's a comma. Slacken and easing up or relaxing of power or effort. As in, on hot days, runners slacken their pace. They just ease up because they're probably already really tired from the hot day and they're really sweaty and need some extra energy, so they slow it up. And the last synonym for this first section is detain, which implies a holding back beyond a reasonable or appointed time, as in, unexpected business had detained her. It held her back unreasonably, beyond her appointed time. Let's see. Okay, I guess we can now just go to the second section of synonym information for the word delay, which is going to be, it's similar. It's similar because it's still the word delay, but it's a little different. Delay procrastinate, lag, loiter, dawdle, and dally. These are the best words. Especially lag, loiter, dawdle, and dally mean to move or act slowly so as to fall behind. Sometimes when my wife and I go out on walks, I am not doing any of these things. I am not delaying, procrastinating, lagging, loitering, dawdling, or dallying, but I still lag behind because she is the fastest walker I have ever come across, and I have to sometimes jog a little just to keep up with her. That's when she's really going. Anyway, I'm not doing any of these things. What does the rest of the word say? Delay usually implies a putting off as a beginning or departure, as in, we cannot delay any longer. No, we can't. We've done it so much. Let's stop delaying and get to the getting. Procrastinate implies blameworthy delay, especially through laziness or apathy. Like you just don't care and you're lazy and you're like, I just want to be lazy and not do the thing that I gotta do. Oh, that means I have to go do work? What? Let's do it later. As in the example, procrastinates about making decisions. That's one thing you can procrastinate. Everything, so many things. Errands, cleaning, chores, just working, doing a thing, homework, essays, all the stuff. I feel like overall I'm pretty good about not procrastinating. I want to get stuff done. And I don't know, for me, I feel like that's the best thing. Just get it done, and then you can go do some other stuff. You can be lazy later. Then it's not on your mind. That's the thing. You get it out of your mind. Lag implies failure to maintain a speed set by others, as in lagging behind in technology. Or lagging behind your wife when you're on a walk because you cannot maintain the speed set by the others. Loiter and dawdle imply delay while in progress, especially in walking, but dawdle more clearly suggests an aimless wasting of time, as in loitered at several store windows, also as in children dawdling on their way home from school. They get distracted by things. Oh, what's this stick? What's this bug? What's this thing over here? Just dawdling. I probably was a bit of a dawdler when I was a kid. Loitering, just hanging out. What did it say? So it doesn't really give anything specific about loiter. It gives more information about dawdle specifically. And the last one, dally, suggests delay through trifling or vacillation when promptness is necessary, as in, stop dallying and get to work. And I kind of think of dally and dawdle as being kind of similar. Dallyin' and dawdlin'. Okay, that was the synonym section for delay. Yes, it was. So we now have to do a sound effect, which is going to be wah, wah. The next word is dealy. Oh, I was going to mention, it's not that important, but I was just going to mention real quickly, in case this episode or the next one goes completely off the rails, I did get my new booster shot today, and it's just slightly starting to kick in. I got it a few hours ago, so just starting to get a little lazy. Maybe I'll procrastinate a little bit, but no, I got to do the work. I got to record the podcast because people need the podcast. Okay, dealy, D-E-L-E, first form, transitive verb from 1705. To delete, especially from typeset matter. I guess this is, if it's back in the 1700s, this must be talking about literally the typeset of making a book or a newspaper. And if you're deleting a section, it's you're deleting. Yeah, delete, D-E-L-E-D is the past, and deleting is the present, I guess. It's a Latin word. It's the imperfect singular of delere, but it doesn't say what that means. Maybe it just means to delete, which does make sense because delete starts with the same letters, and this episode is actually going to end with the word delete. But yeah, dealy. Never heard this because I haven't done anything with typeset matter. Mwah, mwah. The second form of dealy is a noun from circa 1751. I just love this word. I should have kept track of how many words I've never heard of before. This is a mark indicating that something is to be delayed. It doesn't say deleted, it says delayed. A mark indicating that something is to be delayed. We need to bring this word back. Why are we not using this? Wah, wah, wah. The next word is the first form of delectable. Adjective from the 15th century. 1. Highly pleasing, and the synonym is delightful, as in a delectable melody. For some reason, I think of food when I think of delectable. Like number 2, the synonym is delicious, as in a delectable meal. And yeah, delicious, I definitely think of that. We're going to see delicious, I think, in tomorrow. No, not tomorrow's. The one after that. And I may have to put in an audio clip of something as a special little treat because it's just very silly. Delectability is a noun and delectably is an adverb. This is from the Latin delectare, which means to delight. And there's more at the word delight, which, yeah, that'll also be in 2 episodes from now. Wah, wah, wah. The next word is the second form of delectable. Noun from 1921. Something that is delectable is a delectable, especially a delicious food item. A delicious food item. So many food. I might have to get some pizza tonight because I'm feeling slow and slackened and dawdling and dallying. Anyway, okay. A delicious food item is a delectable. Wah, wah, wah. The next word is delectation. Delectation, or you could pronounce it a couple similar ways. Noun. From the 14th century, the synonyms are delight and enjoyment. If you are enjoying a delectable, it will be a delectation. Wah, wah. The next word is deligible. What is deligable? Deligable, but the emphasis is on the first syllable. Delegable. I think that's what it is. Delegable. This is a funny word. Adjective from 1660. If you want, I'll spell it. Do you want me to spell this one for you? Delegable. What? Gable? Gable. Delegable. This is just capable of being delegated. It's delegable. It's a task that you don't want to do. You're going to delegate it to somebody else, so it's delegable. The next word. Wah, 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 wah. Delegacy. Delegacy. That ends with a CY. Noun from the 15th century. 1. A body of delegates. The synonym is board. Like the board that runs a corporation, all the people who make all the decisions. They are the delegates, and it's a body of people, and they are the delegacy. 2A. The act of delegating is a delegacy. It's very similar to delicacy, which it's probably going to be tomorrow's episode. It's a tasty, tasty thing. 2B for delegacy is appointment as delegate. Next word. What is a delegate? It's the next word. Wah, 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 wah. Delegate first form. You could also say delegate. This is the noun. I would have thought delegate would be the verb, which it is. That's the second form. But you could also say delegate for the noun. From the 15th century, it is a person acting for another as a representative to a convention or conference. You're representing a person or a company at a convention or a conference. You are their delegate. You will know all the information. You know what they're thinking, what they want to say, and you're good to go. They give you permission to go to talk for them. B, a representative of a U.S. territory in the House of Representatives. C, a member of the lower house of the legislature of Maryland, Virginia, or West Virginia. And so for some reason they are delegates, but the other states don't have delegates? Let's see. This is from the Latin verb delegare, which means to delegate, from de plus legare, which means to send. So yeah, so you're sending a person. I don't know what de means. How does it change exactly? You're sending a delegate. You're sending... Yeah, there's more at the word. How would you pronounce this? Legate? Legate? It's just Legate. I didn't even know this word existed. Legate. The next word. Wah, 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 wah. Delegate, second form, verb from 1530, starting with transitive 1. To entrust to another. As in, delegate authority. I trust you to be the authority, so I'm delegating the authority to you. 2, to appoint as one's representative, delegating them to do the things for you. Here's intransitive, to assign responsibility or authority, as in, a good manager knows how to delegate. They know how to give all the other people work so they don't have to. No, it's not about them not having to do the work. It's more about they have other responsibilities that the other people don't have. So they got to learn how to say, okay, I trust you to do these things. I trust that I have trained you well enough to do these important tasks because I got other important tasks that you are not trained to do. You don't have the responsibility to do these. You're not getting paid enough to do these things. They're very important, so I got to do them. Delegatee is a noun, and delegator is a noun. Why don't we say see you later, delegator? So the delegator is the one who is delegating the tasks to the other people, and the delegatee is the one who is doing the tasks for the delegator. The next word. Wah, 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 wah. Delegation. Noun from 1612. 1. The act of empowering to act for another. 2. A group of persons chosen to represent others. The whole group of the delegates is the delegation. Wah, 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 wah. Next word is delegitimate. Delegitimate. Transitive verb from 1972, and the synonym is delegitimize, which is actually our next word. But first, delegitimation. Delegitimation, that is a noun. Wah, wah, wah. Delegitimize is next. This is a transitive verb from 1968. To diminish or destroy the legitimacy, prestige, or authority of, as in, delegitimize a government. Sorry, this government, it's not legitimate. Somebody came into power and nobody gave them permission to do that. I don't know how they did it. They just snuck into the president's house and they said, this is mine now. So they think they have authority, but no, they don't. That's just one example, but that's kind of a silly example. There's more actual examples of delegitimizing a government or other things that don't really have authority. They're not legitimate. Delegitimization, that is a noun. We are already at the last word. We really sped through this, didn't we? The next word. Wop, 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 wop. It is delete. D-E-L-E-T-E. Delete. This is a transitive verb from circa 1605. I can just imagine a computer keyboard made in 1605 that has a delete button. To eliminate, especially by blotting out, cutting out, or erasing, as in, delete a passage in a manuscript. Also as in, delete a computer file. How do they come up with these examples? Where do you come up with delete a passage in a manuscript? What's the thought process? Like, okay, well, you're working on a thing, you wrote up a thing, you want to delete a passage in it, but why is it a manuscript? Why didn't they choose essay? Or why didn't they choose some other thing? I don't know. I just find it interesting that they've chosen a lot of these examples. There's nothing wrong with most of them. Not in my book. But just curious is all. Stop asking me. The etymology. Latin, the verb delere. There's a horizontal line over the second E, and I don't know how that changes the pronunciation, so I'm just going to say delire. And that means to wipe out or destroy. Just destroy it. Maybe the keyboard, the key on the keyboard should say destroy instead of delete. That would be fun. Has anybody made any weird keyboards where there's just like alternate things on the keys instead of what it actually is normally? Because that would be a good one to use. Destroy. You know what? I think we got through all the words and we now have to read them so we can come up with a word of the episode. Might be kind of hard to pick one. We had, we'll say delay again. We had delay, dealy, delectable, delectation, delegible, delegacy, delegate, delegation, delegitimate, delegitimize, and delete. I think I may have to pick delectable as the word of the episode. I like delete. That's a very useful thing in things that you want to delete things. But yeah, delectable, I think that it's just also just a good word. Delectable. And the delectable word is delectable. It's delicious and delightful. Delectable is delicious and delightful. Delectable. Okay, I think that's the end of that part. Let's see. Did I anything? Nah, I think that's fine. This is the end of the episode. Your congratulations to you. You made it. And if you are new to the show, haven't said this in a while, probably, go back to the beginning. If you're starting here in the middle, that's great. That's a good place to get started, see how this thing goes. But go back to the beginning, hear how weird this used to be. It used to be much more straight-laced, less commentary, I think. But, it grows and evolves just like everything. So, it's a fun journey. Check it out. You are checking it out. Check it out more. More checking out, please. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Hello again. I can't believe you came back. This is Spencer. I am reading you the dictionary. It's very fun and educational, and I hope you are enjoying this, listening to me yammer on about the words in alphabetical order. And you know what? We have some more today. Shocking, I know. The first word in this episode is deleterious. Deleterious. D-E-L-E-T-E-R-I-O-U-S. Deleterious. Adjective from 1643. Harmful, often in a subtle or unexpected way, as in deleterious effects. Also as in deleterious to health. harmful in a subtle or unexpected way. So maybe you got you've taken a drug of some kind to help you with a thing, and maybe some side effects would be deleterious. They may also be pernicious, because that's one of the synonyms. That is a synonym for deleterious. Deleteriously is an adverb, and deleteriousness is a noun. This is from the Greek deleisthai. Deleisthai? That means to hurt. Those effects hurt me in an unexpected way. It is hurtful or harmful to my health. Okay, gotta do a sound effect. I thought I had an idea. Maybe just we'll go thunk. The next word is deletion. Ooh, deletion. Didn't expect to say the word that way. Noun from 1590. 1. The act of deleting. Hey, we need a deletion here. We got too much stuff. 2a. Something deleted. The thing that got deleted is the deletion. How are you going to know what it was? It's been deleted. 2b1. The absence of a section of genetic material from a gene or chromosome. Chromosome. So when there's a section of genetic material missing from a gene or a chromosome, that is a deletion. How did it get deleted? Was it scientific? Did the scientists do this? Is it accidental? Maybe it's like the dino DNA when they get it from the insects in the thing, which I don't even know if it's completely possible, but theoretically they can get DNA from those things, and it over the millions of years it just sort of decays, and so maybe that's where a section is missing. 2b2. The mutational process that results in a deletion is a deletion. This is from the Latin deletio, which just means destruction. Yeah, destroy. The next word, thunk. It's delft. The word and the pronunciation are spelled exactly the same way, which doesn't usually happen. D-E-L-F-T, delft. How much do you pronounce the T? You just say delft. Delft? Delft. Noun. From 1723. I think my American mouth is not meant to say this word properly. This is number 1. Tin-glazed Dutch earthenware with blue and white or polychrome decoration is delft. I think I can visualize this. I'm pretty sure I've seen this. I didn't know it was called delft. Number 2. Ceramic ware, as tiles, resembling or imitative of Dutch delft. So just tiles that look like delft are also called delft. And this is from Delft, Netherlands. So that's where these things were made and popularized, probably. Delft, Netherlands. I hope I'm saying that correctly, all you Dutch people. How many Dutch people are listening? Shout out. Roll call. The next word. It's similar. Thunk. It's Delftware. D-E-L-F-T-W-A-R-E. Noun from 1714. Okay, so that was first. That was 9 years earlier, Delftware. And then later, just 9 years later, they just shortened it to Delft because nobody wanted to say Delftware. It was hard enough to say Delft, let alone Delftware. The synonym is just Delft. That's it, if I didn't say that. The next word. Thunk. It is deli belly. So this is 2 words. I've shockingly, I've not heard of this one. I feel like I probably have. I just can't remember. Okay, 2 words. The first word is capital D-E-L-H-I. And the second word is belly. Your stomach, your belly button, your trunk. Noun from 1943. Diarrhea contracted in India especially by tourists. And then broadly, the synonym traveler's diarrhea. So yeah, people traveling to India, they're probably not used to, well, a lot of things. They're not used to the food, or maybe just the conditions that the food are made in, possibly. And and Delhi is a city in India. That's where this comes from. And they thought, oh, this rhymes. Your belly is maybe a little upset, and you got the diarrhea. So your belly is affected by Delhi, India, so you got the Delhi belly. That's a good one. It's similar to in Mexico, they say don't drink the water because it's not clean. What do they call that? Montezuma's Revenge? I think there's some other names for it that I can't think of. The next word, Thionk. It's just Delhi. This one is not spelled like the city in India. This is just Deli. Noun from circa 1954. The synonym is delicatessen, which is in tomorrow's episode. It's a much longer word. Nobody had time to say, let's go get some things from the delicatessen. They just said, let's go to the deli. It just rolls off the tongue so much better. There's some good food at delis, but I can't really eat much of it, so I would love it if somebody would make me a vegan deli, or at least have a whole bunch of vegan options at a deli, because, there's some tasty stuff there. The most famous one that I can probably think of is Katz's Deli in New York. I think they're open 24 hours. I think they're very, very popular and good, and everybody loves them, but I don't think I can go there. The next word, thonk. It is deliberate. Deliberate. You could probably also take out a syllable if you want. Deliberate. Verb. From the 14th century, first is intransitive. To think about or discuss issues and decisions carefully. Now, I have to backtrack. This is actually deliberate. Deliberate and listen to the things that we are discussing. Deliberate, thinking very hard, because you have to make a decision. Do I do this or do I do that? Let's deliberate. Transitive, to think about deliberately and often with formal discussion before reaching a decision. Yeah, this is very formal. This is often in the legal world. They have to deliberate. The jury has to deliberate. Maybe the lawyers and the judge, they got to deliberate. They got to talk about things. Yeah, the judges and the jury, for sure, they have to deliberate. Think very, very hard before you make this decision. Is it the right decision? Have you been given all the information? Do you have enough information? A synonym, it's just the word think. Let's have a good think on this. The next word, thionk. This is the adjective version of deliberate, but it's deliberate. This is the one I thought it was. It's the second form, deliberate or deliberate. Adjective from the 15th century, 1. Characterized by or resulting from careful and thorough consideration, as in a deliberate decision. You're very deliberate. You thought so hard on that decision. You're being very deliberate about it. 2. Characterized by awareness of the consequences, as in deliberate falsehood. You've thought a lot about what the consequences might be, but you're aware of them. So, deliberate falsehood, though, I don't know what that means. 3. Slow, unhurried, and steady, as though allowing time for decision on each individual action involved, as in a deliberate pace. See the word voluntary. I had to say my words very deliberately because sometimes when I don't, I mess up a word and I'm not even aware of it until later, or I just my lips fumble around and don't say the words correctly. So be slow and deliberate. Deliberately is an adverb, and deliberateness is a noun. I think we all need to be more deliberate in what we say, how we say things, what we do physically. I know that's another thing. Be very mindful of your actions, your verbal actions, your physical actions, because I'm just talking to myself here. You're probably perfect, but not me. I can be a little clumsy. So yeah, gotta be deliberate. Think hard and do the thing with mindfulness. Oh, let's look at the etymology from the Latin verb deliberare, which means to consider carefully. Perhaps also from, let's see, it's the same word, right? Deliberare. Ooh, it's a little different. Deliberare, which is de plus libra, which means scale or pound. That's oh, okay, yeah, so you're weighing your options, So Libra, first of all, we can go to the zodiac thing. The Libra image is the scale, and oh, that's where we get pound. Pounds are like how much do you weigh? That is abbreviated to LB because of Libra. And then when you are deliberating, you are weighing your options. You look at that one, you look at that one, so it's like a scale. You're weighing your things. You're considering very carefully. Oh, this makes so much sense now. Okay, the next word. My brain just sort of shut off like, what are you going to do next? Let's do this. Thunk. Deliberation. Noun from the 14th century. 1a. The act of deliberating is a deliberation. Deliberation. Let's deliberation. Number 1b. A discussion and consideration by a group of persons, as a jury or legislature, of the reasons for and against a measure. So a group like a jury or a legislature are looking at all the reasons to do something, for something or against something. It's a deliberation. Number 2, the quality or state of being deliberate is deliberation. Deliberative or deliberative, those are adjectives. Deliberatively or deliberatively, that is an adverb. And deliberativeness, that is a noun. Thunk, last word, delicacy. Delicacy. I could use one of these right now because I am definitely getting hungry. This is a noun from the 14th century. Number 1 is obsolete. So, 1a, the quality or state of being luxurious. It is delicacy. But yeah, this is obsolete, so we don't really use it in this way anymore. 1b, the synonym is indulgence. Indulge in delicacies. 2, something pleasing to eat that is considered rare or luxurious, as in, considered caviar a delicacy. Some people do consider it a delicacy. Why? I'm not so sure. Is it tasty? Is it rare? It is expensive, but why? Why is it as expensive? Is this expensive? I don't think I've ever had it. Never will. I don't get it. I just don't get it. But some people call it a delicacy. Okay, gotta rub my eye for a second, getting kind of itchy. Let's move on to 3a. The quality or state of being dainty. The synonym is fineness. Fineness. It is so fine. As in, lace of great delicacy. Maybe it was very expensive to make, and very, very intricate. So yeah, that's a delicacy. But don't eat it. Don't eat the lace. 3b, it is the number 1 definition for the word frailty, as in the delicacy of his health. Delicate. That's in the word, kind of delicate. So yes, his health is very delicate and frail. 4, fineness or subtle expressiveness of touch, as in painting or music. Fineness or subtle expressive. Oh, so yes, you have a very fine touch with your painting hand or the music that you make. Again, kind of delicate. Delicacy. 5A. Precise and refined perception and discrimination. 5B. Extreme sensitivity. Synonym is precision, as in an electronic instrument of great delicacy. Yeah, precision. It's so finely tuned and detailed. It's delicate. Delicate. 6. So we have the first ones were more about, yes, luxury, indulgence, rareness. But then we moved into different things. Delicate. Things that are delicate have a delicacy. And that, different versions of that. Now we have 6A. Which one is this going to be? Let's find out. Refined sensibility in feeling or conduct. 6B. The quality or state of being squeamish. I was not ready for that one. Squeamish delicacy. Why is squeamish in here? I guess your stomach is very delicate. Yes, that must be it. It's very delicate. You can't mess with it too much. Number 7. The quality or state of requiring delicate handling. You need much delicacy when you're handling an expensive breakable vase. You have to be very delicate when you travel to India so you don't get deli belly. Be very deliberate with the things that you are eating. Maybe not caviar. That could make somebody squeamish. The delicacy will affect your delicacy. It's time for the word of the episode. Yeah. The words today were deleterious, deletion, delft, delftware, deli belly, deliberate, deliberation, and delicacy. I feel like I just have to pick deliberate as the word of the episode because I have to remind myself to be deliberate in the things that you're doing. Sometimes you're just going at full speed and you're not even thinking and you just do stuff. You need to slow down sometimes. Think about what you're doing. Think very carefully about the decisions that you're making, the things that you're saying, the things that you're doing, and I think we all need a bit of a reminder for that. And again, it's song time, and I'm trying to think of something different to do. So let's see. Maybe we can just sing the word. We don't have to add other words to it. We can say, deliberate. Deliberate. That's 2 ways to say the word. Deliberate. No. Deliberate. Be deliberate. That's close enough to a song. Okay, let's see. I think that's all we have to say. I think we're going to have some fun words in tomorrow's episode, and then all the other episodes after that. Hey, go share this podcast if you are enjoying it. Tell some people about it so they can also learn about all these different words like, Delft and Dealy and, all the other fun ones. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to this brand new episode of the podcast called The Dictionary, the thing that you clicked play on, so you should know what it is. Please go rate and review this show. Give it the 5 stars or whatever you think is necessary. Write up a short little thing, because the more people who do the rating and reviewing, the more people will learn about this show. You can email me if you want to get a hold of me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. Social media, Instagram is @dictionarypod. Same for Twitter. There's a TikTok, which is @spejampar, SPEJAMPAR. There's some silly little videos there. You can call the Google Voice number. It's in the show notes if you want to leave a voicemail. There's merchandising. If you love this show so much and you want to put it on your body, you can go do that. Let's see, anything else? Patreon, $1 a month gets you early episodes, $5 a month gets you exclusives, and there is probably, up there by now, there should be probably a video of my conversation with Aaron. That's the one where we talked about digressive and degum, dehiscence, and all those fun words. So that would be in the exclusives section. Okay, the words in this episode. The first one is delicate. D-E-L-I-C-A-T-E, first form, adjective from the 14th century. This word, all the definitions, is going to be about half of this section, and then we got some other words. So, number 1 for delicate, pleasing to the senses. 1A, generally pleasant, as in, the climate's delicate, the air most sweet. Oh, that is a quote from Shakespeare. So, that's why it wasn't the kind of English that we're used to. The climate's delicate, the air most sweet. Yes, the climate is delicate. Shakespeare didn't even know how delicate the climate was. 1B, pleasing to the sense of taste or smell, especially in a mild or subtle way, as in, a delicate aroma. What has a delicate aroma? Maybe not a stinky cheese, that is not a delicate aroma. Also as in, a robust wine will dominate delicate dishes. So yes, what it's saying is you do not want to pair a robust wine with a delicate dish because it's going to dominate it. So maybe you need to find a delicate wine to pair with a delicate dish. 1C, marked by daintiness or charm of color, lines, or proportions, as in a delicate floral print. The print of the flowers. The flowers are so dainty, and they have the charm. The color is very charming. Also the lines and proportions. Also as in, we have another Shakespeare quote, an ample tear trilled down her delicate cheek. Shakespeare loved the word delicate. An ample tear. That tear was filled with so many tears, all the salt water liquid. 1D, marked by fineness of structure, workmanship, or texture, as in a delicate tracery. And I don't know what a tracery is. Also as in a delicate lace. I feel like I should speak in a delicate way for this section. A delicate lace. 2A, marked by keen sensitivity or fine discrimination, as in delicate insights. Also as in a more delicate syntactic analysis. That is a quote from R.H. Robbins. A more delicate syntactic analysis. 2B, synonyms are fastidiousness. No, just fastidious. There's no ness. Fastidious and squeamish, as in a person of delicate tastes. Squeamish? I mean, yes, I think we kind of talked about it yesterday. If you have maybe a delicate constitution, a delicate belly, then you might get squeamish easily. 3A, not robust in health or constitution. The synonyms are weak and sickly. I'm actually feeling a little weak and sickly right now. I did have the booster shot yesterday, and so 24 hours later, my body's like, okay, I don't really want to work right now. So I'm just feeling real lazy today. We have an example for this one, weak and sickly. Had been considered a delicate child. That child, weak and sickly, got sick a lot. Yeah. 3B, easily torn or damaged. The synonym is fragile, as in The delicate chain of life. Are we talking about just one individual's life is delicate, or are we talking about how everything is connected? The circle of life, the chain of life, the what do you call it? The web, the food web, all those things. It is very delicate. If you look at the food web, you go to you check out all the animals, large and small, in a forest, in a national park, and if one goes away, if one is taken out, if one is killed too much, like deer or wolves, then it kind of all falls apart. So that's why they put in, I think they put in wolves in maybe Yellowstone or something, and everything started to come back a lot better. So yes, it is very delicate. 4A, requiring careful handling. 4A1, because this is a subpart to requiring careful handling. 4A1 is easily unsettled or upset, as in a delicate balance. Also as in the delicate relationships defined by the Constitution. And that's from the New Yorker. 4A2, requiring skill or tact, as in a delicate position. Yes, you must be very tactful depending on the position you are in. I don't know what position we're talking about, but yes, depending on what you got to do to get out of this position, you need lots of skill or tact, and you have to be very delicate about it. There's 3 examples. Another one, delicate negotiations. Again, you got to be really careful with the person that you're negotiating with, because it could just all fall apart. Also, as in, again, a delicate operation. 4A3, involving matters of a deeply personal nature, and the synonym is sensitive, as in, this is a delicate matter. Could I possibly speak to you alone? It's a lot. There's 2 sentences basically in there. That is a quote, probably from a book, but I don't know. It's by Daphne du Maurier, or du Maurier. I don't know how to say her name. Yeah, it's a delicate matter. I would like to speak to you alone so other people don't listen. And, yep, you and I, we're having this little conversation. I'm talking to you about my delicate things. 4B, marked by care, skill, or tact, as in delicate handling of a difficult situation. 5, marked by great precision or sensitivity, as in a delicate instrument. This is probably not the kind of instrument that you play music on. This is probably the kind that you do scientific experiments or something science-y, and so it is very finely tuned to pick up on maybe very small things. That maybe that. A synonym for all is the word choice, and that one's odd to me. Delicately is an adverb. This is from the Latin delicatus, which means given to self-indulgence, fastidious, subtle pleasing, not robust. All of that is what is the definition of delicatus. Given to self-indulgence, fastidious, subtle pleasing, and not robust. All of those are delicate. Akin to the Latin delicere, which means to allure. That is the end of the first form of delicate. We now have a sound effect, which you must come up with off the top of your head. Cha-cha-cha! It is the second form of delicate. I don't know what a delicate sound effect would be. Maybe a little like a tinkle, but like a tinkle. I gotta take a tinkle. No, the cha-cha-cha is fine. Delicate, noun, from the 15th century. If I didn't say it, this is the second form. And the definition is just something delicate. Is a delicate. Maybe you have some delicates that you need to wash in the laundry, and you gotta put it on the delicate cycle. Don't mess up the delicates. Cha-cha-cha. The next word is delicatessen. Noun from 1885. 1. Ready-to-eat food products as cooked meats and prepared salads. So those items are called the delicatessen. I don't know if I knew that. But then there's also this one. There's some extra information. This is a store where delicatessen are sold. So delicatessen is the singular and plural of delicatessen for the food. But when you're talking about the store, the plural is delicatessens, or also just delis. Let's see, delicatessen. It's a store. That's the name. Let's look at the whole etymology. It is from the obsolete German word either delicatessen or the plural is delicatesse, which means delicacy, which is from the French délicatesse, which is probably from the Old Italian delicatezza, which is from delicato, which means delicate, and also from the Latin delicatus. So I guess, as far as I can tell, it just means that they sell delicacies at the delicatessen, and the delicatessen are the delicacies. We figured it out. The next word, cha-cha-cha. It is delicious. This is an adjective from the 14th century. 1. Affording great pleasure, and the synonym is delightful, as in delicious anecdotes. Oh, you have the best anecdotes. I love hearing everything that you have. All your stories, they give me great pleasure, and they are delicious. Number 2, appealing to one of the bodily senses, especially of taste or smell. Deliciously is an adverb. Deliciousness is a noun. There is a curry cooking in a crock pot. A curry cooking in a crock pot right now in our kitchen. I can't smell it from here because I'm in a whole other room, but when I go out there, it's going to go all up in my nose, and it's going to smell and taste very delicious. This is from the Latin deliciae, which means delights, from delicere, which means to allure, and I have to shout out, I think this, yes, a little backstory. I first learned about Dr. Demento probably when I bought the 20th anniversary album. I think it was 2 cassette tapes back in the day. I don't know if I had heard about him before that, but I was, 10 or 12 when it came out, and the very first thing, I was in the car with my mom, we opened it up, we bought it at maybe a Blockbuster Music, I don't think it was Blockbuster Music, it was whatever was right before that, and we bought it, and we put it in the car, we put it on, and it starts with this song, it's not even a song, called Delicious, and it's just a very awkward song, and then listening to it with your mother is just extra odd. I'm sure she has no memory of this, but I will have to put in a short little clip here of the song Delicious.
Delicious. I knew you'd like it. You always. Delicious. Oh, have some more.
Cha-cha-cha. The next word is delicious again. This has a capital D, and the plural, I guess, is deliciouses or just delicious. Deliciouses. Noun. From circa 1903. A sweet red or yellow eating apple of U.S. origin that has a crown of 5 rounded prominences on the end opposite the stem. Okay, it is red. It is sweet or yellow. You eat it. It's from the U.S. And I think what it's saying is that on the underside, opposite the stem, there are 5 rounded prominences. There's 5 bumps. And it's a red delicious. A lot of people Call it red delicious. I feel like the red apples are not my most favorite, but, an apple is an apple. I'm going to like it. I've been eating apples my whole life. I'm not a good expert on which is which and can you tell the taste. And, you give me an apple, I'll be happy. Cha-cha-cha. The next word is delict. D-E-L-I-C-T, noun from 1523. An offense against the law. You did something against the law, it is a delict. Why? Well, it is from the Latin delictum, which means fault. That's pretty much it. You did a fault against the law, it is a delict. I have not heard this. The next word, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. It is delight. First form, noun from the 13th century. 1. A high degree of gratification. The synonym is joy, but then there's more. Also, the definition, extreme satisfaction is a delight. I am so happy about the way this thing turned out. I am delighted. Number 2. The thing that happened is a delight. I think. 2. Something that gives great pleasure, as in, her performance was a delight. Maybe it was a musical performance. Maybe it was a song performance, a dance performance, lots of performances. But whatever it was a delight. Number 3 is archaic. The power of affording pleasure. The power of affording pleasure. So what is that saying? So if you have the power to create some pleasure in your life or maybe another person's life, then you have the power of delight? Delight. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. The next word is the second form of delight. Verb from the 13th century. First is intransitive. 1. To take great pleasure, as in, delighted in playing the guitar. It doesn't delight me to play the guitar because I don't really know how to play. But if I knew how to play, then I could play some music and I would be delighted. 2. To give keen enjoyment, as in, a book certain to delight. This dictionary book is certain to delight you. You will have keen enjoyment. And, this podcast also is going to just delight you through and through. Transitive for delight. To give joy or satisfaction to. Delighter is a noun. Oh, this is all about alluring. From the Latin delicere, which means to allure. From lacere, which means to allure as well. We have another word. What? Cha-cha-cha-cha. Delighted. Adjective from 1601. Number 1 is obsolete, and the synonym is delightful. Oh, how delightful. 2. Highly pleased. That's it for that. Delighted. I am so highly pleased that we are almost at the end of the episode, and you probably are too. Delightedly is an adverb, and delightedness is a noun. Cha-cha-cha. Delightful is next. Adjective from circa 1530. Highly pleasing. Do you see a pattern with all these words? As in, a delightful surprise. Not everybody loves surprises, but maybe somebody, they had a surprise and it was a delightful surprise. Delightfully is an adverb, and delightfulness is a noun. The next word, cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Delightsome. Adjective from circa 1520. Very pleasing. And the synonym is delightful. Cha-cha-cha. The next word is Delilah. No more delight words. Delilah is capital D-E-L-I-L-A-H. Noun from 1573. The mistress and betrayer of Samson in the book of Judges. I don't know a lot about this story. Samson, I think he's the one who cut off his hair and he lost his powers. And Samson and Delilah, you hear those names all the time together. All the time. Every day I'm hearing it. So she was his mistress, but she also betrayed him. Maybe we need to post a link in the show notes about more about this story. It's just from the Hebrew, Delilah. That's it for that. The last word in this episode. Cha-cha-cha. Delimit. D-E-L-I-M-I-T. This is a transitive verb from 1852. To fix or define the limits of. Okay, the limits of this thing, we're saying that they end here. We are defining them in this physical area or another kind of area, and we have fixed it. We are delimiting the limits. Delimitation is a noun. This is from the Latin delimitare, which is from de plus limitare, which means to limit. From the next word, limes, which means boundary or limit. And that was it. How delightful were all of those words. Okay, so we have to reread them because we have to pick a word of the episode. Delicate, delicate, delicatessen, delicious, delicious, delict, delight, delight, delighted, delightful, delightsome, Delilah, and delimit. I think I'm going to pick one of the delight words. Which one? Is it delighted or delightful? Oh, delightful, delightful. Maybe we need to pick delightful as the word of the episode. Delightful. It's so delightful. I mean, I don't always feel delightful, but I'm trying to remind myself that every day it's a new journey, new adventure. Every day, what's going to happen? I need to be delightful about whatever is coming my way. And I hope you are delighted to hear all this stuff, and hope you're having a good day. Okay, that's going to be the end of the episode. Oh, I will say, last night we watched Don't Look Now, a fascinating horror suspense drama from the 70s. Yeah, I'm going to need another watch on that one. It's good. It's so interesting. Anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I am so glad that you have turned on this episode and all the other episodes. I assume you have done that. This is the podcast where the host, his name is Spencer. He is reading the words and the definitions and the etymologies, and he also just talks about things a little bit, maybe to give some extra information or to help himself understand, or maybe just some very, very dumb jokes. And that's just how this goes. Are you aware of this? Okay. This is the top of page 330. The first word is delimiter. D-E-L-I-M-E-T. No, I-T-E-R. Noun from 1958. A character that marks the beginning or end of a unit of data or data. Delimiter. What kind of character is this? Is it like a letter, a symbol? Maybe we need to find out what this thing is. What is it? Why aren't they showing me the character? It's sound effect time. The sound effects are here to designate when one word's done and the other word's about to start. Here it comes. It is... No, I think I had another one in mind, but I forgot it. The next word is delineate. Transitive verb from 1559. Number 1A. To indicate or represent by drawn or painted lines. You don't say delineate, even though you are making lines or indicating where the end of a thing is with these lines, but you say delineate. But the word line is in there. 1b. To mark the outline of, as in lights delineating the narrow streets. They line up the street. If you look from above, maybe you'll see lots and lots of lights going down the street like a line. 2. To describe, portray, or set forth with accuracy or in detail, as in delineate a character in the story. So you're describing the character or you're portraying, you're talking about them in some way. Also as in delineate the steps to be taken by the government. What steps does the government need to take? Let me tell you. Let's delineate them for you. Delineator is a noun. It's just from the Latin linea, which means line. The next word is delineation. Noun from 1571. The act of delineating is delineation. 2. Something made by delineating. The thing that you make when you delineate is a delineation. Delineative. Is that how you say it? Delineative. That is an adjective. The next word is delinquency. 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 Noun from 1625. 1a. A delinquent act. Don't worry, we will learn about delinquent just in the next couple words. When you do a delinquent thing, the act is a delinquency. 1b. Conduct that is out of accord with accepted behavior or the law, especially the synonym juvenile delinquency. For a young person, what they are doing is not part of accepted behavior. What do we accept as proper behavior? Whatever they did is not it. Number 2, a debt on which payment is overdue. You are delinquent on paying your debt, so you have a delinquency. Oh, let's see. There's no etymology there, but there probably will be some coming up, because we have another word. Delinquent. First form, noun from the 15th century. This is a short one because it is just a delinquent person. You can call them a delinquent. I was never a delinquent person or a kid. I always followed the rules, and I did what I was told to do. Still am. The next word is the second form of delinquent. Adjective from 1603. 1. Offending by neglect or violation of duty or of law. That is delinquent. 2. Being overdue in payment, as in a delinquent charge account. Don't be overdue. Well, you know what, though? Most people can't control it. They got money problems. People got money problems. Number 3. Of relating to or characteristic of delinquents. And then there's more. Marked by delinquency, as in delinquent behavior. I feel like most people, when they're young, they have some level of delinquent behavior, but that's just what you got to learn, how to be a kid, how to be a human. That's how you figure out life. You don't know what's going on. You're thrown into this mess called life on planet Earth. So you're like, I've got to figure out what's going on here. Delinquently is an adverb. So this is from the Latin verb delinquere, which means to fail or offend. And it is from de plus linquere, which means to leave. And there's more at the word loan. So let's see. Well, fail, offend, that sort of makes sense with like somebody having delinquent behavior. They're failing in what we accept are the norms, or maybe they're offending the norms. They're offending the people who follow the norms. And then to leave, maybe you're leaving something. I don't know. There's more with the word loan. The next word is deliquesce. 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 This is an intransitive verb from 1756. With all of these words, delimiter, delineate, delineation, delinquency, delinquent, deliquesce, and we got more. How can we combine those with deli? Oh, there's a lot of deli words. I don't know. I just think it's funny to shorten it to deli, and then what is it? A deliquesce? It is, number one, to dissolve or melt away. Deliquesce. That's a great word. What would dissolve or melt away? Well, cotton candy. Put it in some water, it's going to deliquesce. I guess dry ice, not very quickly, but that'll deliquesce into smoke, into whatever gas that is. Yeah, other things will melt away. Melt in your mouth, not in your hands. Number 2, to become soft or liquid with age or maturity. And this is used of some fungal structures, like gills. Okay, well, fungal structures, I think of mushrooms, fungi. But what are gills? Gills, fish have gills. That's how they breathe underwater. But those aren't fungal structures, are they? What? Maybe there's a mushroom called a gill? Well, that just became extra complicated. But basically, when these fungal structures become soft or liquid, as they get older, they deliquesce. This is from, let's see, there's a lot of stuff going on here. The Latin deliquere, well, no, it's deliquescere, but then you go all the way down to liquere, which means to be fluid, and there's more at the word liquid. So yeah, liquere looks very much like the word liquid, so it's kind of in the word. Deliquesce is just becoming a liquid. Next, deliquescent, adjective from 1771. 1. Tending to melt or dissolve, especially tending to undergo gradual dissolution and liquefaction by the attraction and absorption of moisture from the air. So, it gradually liquefies and dissolves when it absorbs the moisture from the air. I think that's what it's saying. I don't know what it is that this is doing this thing. Number 2, having repeated division into branches, as in elms are deliquescent trees. And it says compare to the 2A definition for the word excurrent, excurrent. And I don't know if that's saying, maybe it's similar, because maybe it would say, if it's the opposite, it would say contrast to excurrent 2A. So that one, I'm not so sure about that one. And how is it related to trees? It seems like it's all about liquids. Maybe the etymology is not helpful. Deliquescence is a noun. The next word is delirious. Adjective from 1599. 1. Of, relating to, or characteristic of delirium, as in delirious mutterings. It's just, how do you describe it? I don't know. We're going to learn about delirium in mere minutes, seconds maybe. Number 2, affected with or marked by delirium, as in delirious with fever, also as in delirious fans. The fans were going so crazy for their sports team, they went delirious. Deliriously is an adverb. Deliriousness is a noun. I know that there was that Eddie Murphy special called Delirious. I think I've seen it, but I don't really remember, so I think I need to put that on my list to rewatch it. The next word. Delirium. delirium, noun from circa 1563. 1. An acute mental disturbance characterized by confused thinking and disrupted attention, usually accompanied by disordered speech and hallucinations. Whoa. That's a lot. Okay. That you got confused thinking. Your attention is disrupted. Maybe your speech is not great. And maybe you have hallucinations. That is delirium, and that does not sound fun. What's number 2? Frenzied excitement. As in, he would stride about his room in a delirium of joy. Well, that's good for him. He's very happy. That is a quote from Thomas Wolfe. This is from the Latin delerare, which means to be crazy, but it literally means to leave the furrow, and then in parentheses it says in plowing. So when you're plowing and you leave the furrow, whatever that is, then that is delerare. It is also from de plus lira, L-I-R-A, which means furrow. And there's more at the word learn. And I don't know what the furrow is when you're plowing, so, that's interesting. The next word is delirium tremens. So we added a second word to delirium, which is spelled Tremen's. Noun from 1827. It is a violent delirium with tremors, so it's like you're shaken, that is induced by excessive and prolonged use of alcoholic liquors. It is also called DTs. Delirium tremens DT. There's actually a beer called Delirium Tremens, which, wow, they're really, what are they doing? They're testing the gods with that. So yeah, if you drink too much alcohol, probably every day, then you might get the DTs. It's New Latin, and it literally means trembling delirium. Nobody wants that. The next word, delish, adjective from 1920, and the synonym is delicious. Delish. Last word for this episode is delist. D-E-L-I-S-T. Transitive verb from 1933. To remove from a list, especially to remove from the list of securities that may be dealt in on a particular exchange. And the thing that you might be removing is a security. To remove a security from the list of securities that may be dealt in on a particular exchange. So I think that must be dealing with the stocks and the bonds and those kinds of things, and you're taking them off the list. Okay, we did it. We read all of the words, and it didn't take all that long. So I gotta read the words, and then we're gonna pick a word of the episode. We had delimiter, delineate, delineation, delinquency, delinquent, deliquesce, deliquescent, delirious, delirium tremens, delish, and delist. I mean, delirious is fun. That's a fun word. But I think I have to pick deliquesce. D-E-L-I-Q-U-E-S-C-E. That is going to be the word of the episode because I think it is an interesting concept and also it just sounds good. Deliquesce. Deliquesce. The word is melting into a liquid. Deliquesce. That is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. So, I'm so happy that you are here. You are such a wonderful human being. Go pat yourself on the back. The first word in this episode is the word deliver. D-E-L-I-V-E-R. Deliver. The liver is the thing that does some stuff in your body. This is a verb from the 13th century, starting with transitive. 1. To set free. As in, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. That is from some Bible something, MT 613 AV. 2A. To take and hand over to or leave for another. To take and hand over to or leave for another. You're taking it and then you're giving it away. The synonym is the word convey, as in deliver a package. There are people who their whole job is delivering stuff. They will take a pizza and they will hand over a pizza, or they will leave. No, they probably won't just leave the pizza. They got to hand it over to a human. Packages, things that need to get sent to another place really quickly. You need a delivery, a biker person to go deliver it. 2B. The synonyms are handover and surrender, as in delivered the prisoners to the sheriff. How is this different? I mean, surrender, I guess that's definitely different, but it's kind of like delivering a package. Also as in delivered themselves over to God. And yeah, that's maybe more surrender. 3A1. To assist in giving birth. So yes, you're in a birth, you are delivering the baby, and so somebody helping in that delivery is delivering. They are delivering, they're handing over the baby from the uterus to the outside world. 3A2, to aid in the birth of. And what is the difference between these two? To assist in giving birth or to aid in the birth of. One of them, you are assisting in giving birth, you're assisting the woman in giving birth, and number 2 is to aid in the birth of probably the child. So I guess that's what that means. 3B, to give birth to. So the person giving birth is delivering the baby, the little baby. 3C, to cause oneself to produce as if by giving birth. And what do you mean by this? As in the example, has delivered himself of half an autobiography. And that is a quote from H.C. Schoenberg. And what did he do? He delivered himself of half an autobiography. So it's like he gave birth to a thing. He created it, and then he did it. He made it. He delivered it to the world. Number 4, the synonyms are speak and sing and utter, U-T-T-E-R, as in delivered their lines with style. Also as in delivered a song. Also as in delivered a speech. All different kinds of things you can deliver out of your mouth hole. Number 5, to send to an intended target or destination. And the thing that you are sending is something aimed or guided. So what would that be? Well, we do have an example, but the whole definition is to send something aimed or guided to an intended target or destination, as in ability to deliver nuclear warheads. They are being sent, they are guided and aimed, they are aimed first and then guided to a target. Also as in delivered a fastball. You have aimed the fastball to the catcher, really, and you guided it. You didn't really guide it, you just threw it. And then it's sort of guiding. And then it went to its intended target or destination. You delivered that fastball so good. It was so fast, it was like 200 miles an hour. 6A, to bring to the support of a candidate or cause. And the thing that you are bringing is votes. You are delivering the votes to the candidate so they hopefully will win. That's what you hope. 6b, to come through with. To come through with. The synonym is produce, as in can deliver the best results. Also as in the new car delivers high gas mileage, and that's what we want. Unless it's an electric car, and then we want high electric mileage. Now we have intransitive. There's only one. To produce the promised, desired, or expected results. And the synonym is come through, as in can't deliver on all these promises. No, it's too many promises, it just can't handle it. A synonym for everything is the word rescue. And that's kind of interesting. It's just like, oh, it's just another word that you can sometimes replace with deliver, depending on the context. The etymology says this is from the Latin verb deliberare, which is from de plus liberare, which means to liberate. That makes sense. So, I don't know why they put the DE in front of it, but yes, when you deliver something, a package, a baby, a pizza, a song, a speech, lines, nuclear warheads, fastball, anything, you are liberating it from one thing to another. I guess that's what it is. Oh, there's some additional words and a phrase. Woo-wee. Deliverability is a noun. What is the deliverability of that thing? Can it be delivered? How can it be delivered? How quickly can it be delivered? Who can deliver it? Deliverable is an adjective. Deliverer, that is a noun. And deliver the goods, that means to give results that are promised, expected, or desired. I am for sure delivering the goods of this podcast because it came from my brain, so I am delivering what I promised myself, what I am expecting, and what I am desiring, and hopefully those are all the things for you too. Okay, we gotta come up with the sound effect, and it's gonna be... The next word is deliverance. A lot of, I think older people have a feeling towards this word. We'll get there maybe. This is a noun from the 14th century. 1. The act of delivering someone or something. Also, the state of being delivered. Especially the synonyms liberation and rescue. Number 2. Something delivered. Especially an opinion or decision, as the verdict of a jury, expressed publicly. The opinion or decision expressed publicly, and that would be the decision of the verdict of a jury is the decision. Okay, so there is a movie called Deliverance, and I believe I saw it once a long time ago, and if it is the one that I'm thinking of, I'm not entirely sure why it's called Deliverance. I think I will have to rewatch that movie with these definitions in mind. Something's being delivered, liberated, rescued. I mean, rescued, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, anyway, if you have some thoughts on that, please let me know in all of the ways that you can contact me, which are in the show notes. Okay, yeah, I should probably watch that movie again anyway. The next word is delivery. I could go for some delivery of food in a couple hours, please and thank you, but I won't. Noun, from the 15th century, the act or manner of delivering something. Also, just something is delivered. We need to get some delivery by delivery. Make sure you tip your delivery person. Make sure you tip your delivery boy, which is not the best word these days, not the best phrase, but that's what's here. 2 words. Yeah, make sure you tip them well. You gotta do the minimum. The minimum, especially for delivery, is 15%. 20% really should be your minimum. And then, if they got there quick, if they were super nice, if they did some other things, if they said hello, if they gave you a present, you give them a bigger tip. Some people don't tip delivery people at all, and this is a big problem. They work for tips. They need to pay for their car to fixing and gas and all that stuff. They need to pay for that. Okay, delivery boy. This is a noun from 1918. A person employed by a retail store to deliver small orders to customers on call. I think you see this sometimes in older movies or maybe movies nowadays that take place in the olden days, like the 1918 times. And, a pharmacy, that's the first thing I think of. What's the movie? It's a Wonderful Life. He was a delivery boy for the pharmacy, and they'd say, go take these drugs to this person. They need their stuff. And, that would happen so more so then and not so much now. Shah. The next word is delivery man. One word. Noun from 1889. A person is just a person. Doesn't have to be a man. A man. A person who delivers wholesale or retail goods to customers, usually over a regular local route. There's a story about my grandpa when I think maybe it was his dad or his uncle, probably his uncle was, I think, the milk delivery man, the milkman, or something like that. And he did this on horse. And at some point, maybe when my grandpa was a teenager, he had to go do the route. Maybe he was being trained to do the route, or I think it was his uncle wasn't available or something. And so he had to go do the route, and he didn't know it quite so well, and he was pretty slow. And so he would get to a house, and he would drop off the milk, and he would get back to the horse who was sitting there on the street. But the horse was gone. The horse was at the next house. The horse knew the route and knew the timing of the route, that he just would go ahead on his own at the right time. And I just thought that was great. So I guess my grandpa did... He was a delivery man for a day. I don't know if he did it after that. Sha. The next word is dell. D-E-L-L. D-E-L-L. Noun from the 13th century. A secluded hollow or small valley, usually covered with trees or turf. And some of you may have been expecting me to say, a computer. No, it's not. But I am very curious why they named their company Dell. I wonder why. Maybe I'll have to call up Mr. Dell. This is from Middle High German, Tell, T-E-L-L-E, which means ravine. From Old English, Dale, D-A-E-L, which is valley, and we learned about that back when we had the word dale. And then, there's more at the word dale. So it's a secluded hollow or small valley, usually covered with trees or turf, and this sounds like the most fantastic place to just sit and hang out. I want to go to a dell. Sha. The next word is Delmonico steak. Two words. The first word is capital D-E-L-M-O-N-I-C-O, and then steak is the steak from the cow meat. Noun from 1925. The synonym is club steak, and it is also just called Delmonico. I don't understand why this would have to be in the dictionary. Is it so common, so popular that it had to be in the dictionary? That seems odd, but, whatever. This is from the Delmonico restaurants in New York City, who were named after Lorenzo Delmonico, who died in 1881 and was an American restaurateur. So I don't know what's different about this steak, but the Delmonico did something and made it famous. I shall not have one. The next word, sha. It is delocalize. Delocalize. localize. Transitive verb from 1855. To free from the limitations of locality, specifically, to remove from a particular position, and the thing that you are removing is a charge or charge carrier. To free from the limitations of locality. So it doesn't matter where this is happening, it could be wherever. It's kind of like decentralize, similar, kind of. To remove a charge or charge carrier. I don't know what a charge or a charge carrier is, but you're removing it from a particular position. Delocalization is a noun. The next word is delouse, or just delouse with a Z sound. Transitive verb from circa 1919. To remove lice from. Something nobody wants to do or to have done to them, to be in that position in the first place, but it has to be done sometimes. Oh yes, I remember being a kid and having to do lice checks and all that fun stuff. Delouse, or just shave your head. It's fine. The next word, it is Delphian. Capital Delphian. Adjective from 1567. The synonym is Delphic, which is the next word. Delphic, capital D. Adjective from 1567, the same year. Number 1. Of or relating to ancient Delphi or its oracle. And I think it's Delphi and not Delphi. But, say it how you wish. Number 2. Are we going to learn about Delphi? Not sure about that. Maybe we need to put a link in the show notes about what it is. What is ancient Delphi or its oracle? Okay, number 2 is often not capitalized, and the synonyms are ambiguous and obscure, as in Delphic utterances. The utterances that they say are very ambiguous and obscure. What are they trying to say? I don't understand those utterances. Do you? Nope, not me. Guess we're going to have to just live with it. Delphically is an adverb. Next. Delphinium. No capitals. Noun from 1664. Any of a large genus of the buttercup family that comprises chiefly perennial erect branching herbs with palmately divided leaves and irregular flowers in showy spikes, and includes several that are poisonous. So watch out for that. It says compare to larkspur, Larkspur. Doesn't say if it's similar or different, but I would assume it's similar. The genus name is also Delphinium. And this is, Greek delphinion, which means larkspur. It's a diminutive of Delphis, which means dolphin, probably from the shape of the nectary. So maybe we have to post a picture of this delphinium buttercup flower. Guess it's a flower, right? Something. Yeah, we'll see if it looks like a dolphin. It probably doesn't. Those are always a stretch. The next word. Delphinus or Delphinus. Capital D. Noun from 1854. A northern constellation nearly west of Pegasus. Nearly west, so it must be to the west, but close. And this is Latin. It means dolphin, and that's what that means. And I think we need to post a picture of the Delphinus, or maybe it's Delphinus. Yes, it's Delphinus or Delphinus. Well, maybe we'll post a picture of it on social media so you can see how the stars don't look like a dolphin at all. There's one more word for this episode. Hoobie-doo-doo. It is delt. D-E-L-T. This is a noun from 1980. 1980? Feels like it should be before that. The synonym is deltoids. No, just deltoid, but it is usually used in plural, so you would often say delts. Oh, my delts. I rocked them out so good when I was working out. Deltoid will be in tomorrow's episode. And you know what? That was the last one, so there's no more for today other than it's word of the episode time. Word of the episode time. It's word of the episode time. We had deliver, deliverance, delivery, delivery boy, delivery man, Delmonico steak, not gonna pick that, delocalize, delouse, Delphian, Delphic, Delphinium, Delphinus, and delt. You know, these there were some fun things. We had stars, we had a flower, we had lice, we had meat, and delivering things. I think I just have to pick Del. I don't remember if I picked Dale, but I'm picking Del as the word of the episode because it sounds just like a very nice place to be. It sounds utopian. It sounds like Eden. Del, let's go hang out in the Del for all the days. Yeah. All right. That is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.